Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
There we are, man. It's been a hot minute, but we're back once again for more VCT action here at Split 2 for PH. And this time, guys, we got ourselves the Open Qualifiers. My name is Asarai, with me is Raph, and we have ourselves quite a bit of a doozy of a match for this one. It's looking for sponsors versus Viper's Clan.
I mean, we have so much to talk about already, just looking at the roster for looking for sponsors. I mean, I did personally talk about just wanting to see this core stick together for the longest time. And we kept repeating it as soon as Split 1 kept going. And now we're finally here on yet another Open Qualifiers, another journey for the boys. And talk about Viper's Clan a little bit. I think they're very close to making it towards the, I would say, the official circuit last time around. But once again, they did kind of fumble. Here they are for a chance at redemption, I suppose.
Yeah, they have been. Like, I guess if you look at the stats that they've done, they fortunately weren't able to garner much during the first qualifiers. But this time, it looks like they are looking much better. The thing with Viper's Clan, I think, is they're good at the level that they play on as of the moment. Right, in the sense that I think right now they're just not able to break the barrier of the regular teams that we have for VCT. I think the ones that really have proven themselves have got to be, I think more than anything else, was Game Lab Alpha. So with that being said, would be interesting to see how Viper's Clan goes about this. I will say though, just for those that are a bit confused, who are we talking about with looking for sponsors? This is the previous Abaddon Abyss team. So I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but after that first split, man, the entire roster, that amazing roster, just is now looking for a new organization. If anybody wants to pick them up, please do, because they are an incredible bunch. But this time, they're still here, they're still committed, and they want a second go at another chance with Split 2 on the horizon.
And that's completely fair, right? Because they did make it to the playoffs, and despite the records, despite the numbers saying that they didn't do too well, all their games have been pretty close. And just watching them evolve from the team they were into the team that they ended the split with was just something of a treat. And I do have to agree with your sentiment. Viper's Clan is good at the level they're currently playing against. But we always mention that once you get into that top 8 of VCTPH, it's a completely different game. The standards are just quadrupled, basically. And any team that comes out of the official circuit becomes that much more stronger. And that's true for the players as well.
Yeah, and again, it just boils back to the maturity as well as just the immediate growth that we saw with the teams that we weren't really expecting too much. And that's the beauty, right, of VCT in the Philippines, is that you can always have another team just sprout out of nowhere and start really wreaking some havoc. Again, we're going back to the discussion of Game Lab Alpha as well as Puggers. Individual players that are known in the community, yes, but as a whole, not so much. Maybe in grassroots tournaments, but this is, again, last split was their chance to make waves. Wow, I'm getting the hashtag from the other tournament, but they were relentless, all right? Wait, I'm gonna show. You know what? We have time to kill? Yeah, right there.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, my boy.
Wait, where is it? Where is it?
There, it's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, why is yours like blue and mine is like green?
No, I think it's the lighting. No, it's the lighting. Yeah. Anyway, guys, we're getting a little too distracted. Obviously.
Brother, to add to that, we also, this patch, guys, will also include Gecko.
That's right. So if you're gonna see a bunch a little, I guess, summons and wildlings running around the map, that's because we have our newest addition into, once again, the official circuit. And we had a lot of talk going into this patch, right? I mean, we had discussions with Fluffy, with Dax, with Black and Blue, and obviously between you and me, that how is Gecko going to affect the pro meta, right? Because obviously the pro meta is info burst. I think that's how Fluffy would like to, I guess, deliver that idea, right? It's info and then you burst in something, so on and so forth. But I feel like Gecko, can he trade that effectively? But Asrai, look at that. The veto is here. I feel like if we had to go through the stats of the previous split, then Abaddon, actually, LFS, they should get... Oh, well, never mind. Viper's Clan did it for them. I feel like that Fracture was an incredible Achilles heel for Abaddon that really kind of held them down. And I have to say, with that being just removed from contention, they're probably going to do a little bit better this time around.
So in terms of just the map rotation here, or the map selection that, you know, Viper's Clan would love to play in, I think it's the usual. We've seen Viper's Clan in other tournaments as well thrive on Ascent. They might actually be looking at Haven as well, if possible. I think that's where their utility gets the most out of it. Yeah, there you go. That's one they're going to be picking up very straight from the get-go. Abaddon Abyss probably going to be looking possibly, I think, either at Lotus or Pearl if they really want to take Vipers out of their comfort zone, because I honestly don't think that there's a lot of teams that will be willing to play in the newer maps, especially, again, as we mentioned, the teams that haven't really gotten the chance to dip their toes in the regular split. But speaking of regular split, excuse me, we do have split.
Oh, finally. Is that the, what? How many split games did we do in the last, well, I guess
Give or
split for
take, I think just like
VCTPH?
two.
Just like once or twice, right? We
Yeah,
barely
yeah.
saw it. Abaddon was actually pretty proficient with split, if I remember correctly. Again, it is also related to the roots that they are very, very experienced tactical shooter players in general, not just isolated to Valorant. So a lot of those fundamentals that could potentially show themselves will really be, I guess, amplified on this map, right? Lotus getting banned out by Viper's
Yeah.
clan. I'm a little surprised, honestly. We know Abaddon's fairly decent on it, but I still feel like that could have been a secret pocket pick. So I guess Icebox would be the decider map? Question mark? What? Okay. That's strange. Yeah, I know what that look
Yeah.
means, Asra. Oh, my camera just went up as I hit my table with confusion. And now look, we're perfectly even. You see
Yeah.
that?
Exactly. Can you turn to your side real quick? Skin.
Which side? Oh yeah, wow, that was a pretty fresh haircut with a pretty
Yeah.
fresh map. Vito, Pearl, Abaddon's Fortress. Surprised that actually did not get thrown out the window on the side of Viper's Con. What do you think the reason could be, Asra? Do you think, like, oh yeah, we can take them on Pearl? Obviously, right, that's one of them. But strategically speaking, what do you think Viper's Clan have, like, in the bag for this specific matchup?
Viper's Clan, I think I'm actually not too sure, to be honest, because I haven't seen the Viper's Clan play as much before. Although I do know that they are a long-standing team that has been playing multiple times and has been similar to a lot of teams as well. They do have that storyline of wanting to get into VCT, but haven't had the firepower, or at least that, as I mentioned, the level to do so. In any case, we do know a couple of their players. I've seen Shintaro, Aeons, Wes, I believe, way back
Oh,
then.
Wes is really young. I remember
Yeah.
Wes being one of the younger players and pretty
Yeah.
efficient with the initiator, if I'm not mistaken. Again, my memory does kind of fail me at times, but that is one of those things what that we really appreciate about open qualifiers, right? There's just so many talent out there, especially our players that do get discovered through open qualifiers, and honestly, it does also instill confidence knowing that they will run into teams that have probably had VCT experience, and to just be that close to taking a spot in general is once again one of those more gratifying things. Like, oh my goodness, they're so close, or rather, they made it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So here's the thing. That's why Shintaro and Wes's names were somewhat familiar to me. It is because of the fact that they are players before of Zol Esports. So
Yeah.
again, Zol also
Ragnar,
Zol Ragnar. So also a very known team that has been struggling to get into VCT a couple of times. Have they played in other tournaments that have faced against teams such as South Esports? So now some of their players joining forces with Viper's Clan. Shintaro also being the venerable duelist player here of the Zol roster could give some waves for Vipers. What do you think?
There's always a possibility for these things, and again, I'm just really thinking what might happen in our open qualifiers. There's just so many unknown quantities and variables that really, I guess, would surprise us, just like how GameLab did. I feel like we were ready to count out GameLab in the open qualifiers despite their impressive record, but I think they were supposed to play SR Dragons, and then they completely rolled that team. Again, I'm just playing off memory here. If I do have any mistakes, do correct me. But that being said, Aster, I am excited to see how both these teams stack up against each other, because you did mention that Shintaro, very, very experienced duelist, alongside a very familiar face in the form of Wes. So there is going to be that two-man game that's going to be very present. How is that going to translate on a team-wide scale? We'll just have to find out in a bit, I guess.
Yeah, the strong suit that I see right now from the Vipers Clan, at least with their current iteration, is they do have a lot of comps that they well utilize. And they are, again, one of those teams that have started to pick up the Harbor as well. Depends on which map they're going to be using it on. We have seen, at least on our end, that Harbor has been quite a popular pick on maps such as Pearl, Icebox, and Lotus. So at least we kind of check some of the boxes with the maps that we do have as of the moment. But of course, we're also missing the discussion point here where they're going to be going up against the ex-Abaddon Abyss roster, where, as you mentioned, even though they didn't do as well as I was kind of hoping for during Split 1, and that was up against some pretty nasty, teams as well. Considering that, we did mention that they did take those games to the limit. It ended like 13-10, 13-11. So you know that they have the capability to do so. And right now, I feel like it feels like they have nothing else left to lose in a sense, because they are looking for orbs, or they're much more aggressive. We have seen some teams like that play even wilder when they're kind of out of an organization. I think we've seen the LFO before. That was SV Empire, with Nexi and the gang. So
That's LFS.
LFS.
Different, yeah.
Excuse me. But still, right? The premise is there. So we could be looking at, I don't know, but I'm excited to see how this kind of goes, because it's retribution for the ex-Abaddon Abyss players to get them back in track, open qualifiers, or it's a chance for Viper's Clan, whose members have been always trying to get into VCT but have not gotten the chance to do so.
I like how the emphasis is there is trying to get into VCT, because they have tried many times, and honestly, that is something incredibly admirable. Never stop trying, guys. I mean, look at how far some of the teams have come, and look at how many names have been recognized, even coming from the community circuit, right? But I mean, Asher, we're trying to be a little more fair here. I'm glad that you did touch up on Abaddon, and you were slightly biased towards me, just because they're from my hometown, and me asking for them to stay as a core, and just because they have a very, entertaining playstyle doesn't mean I'm skewed towards them. They are definitely one of my favorite teams personally, because they're very young, they're very talented. Again, the fundamental strength that they show every time they play is very, very impressive for such a young core group. But all of that being said, right, it's so hard to stack them up against, or rather have a proper, how do I put this, like a quantitative comparison between Viper's Clan, because I'm fairly sure Viper's Clan does have some accolades themselves. It's just this is going to be a VCT team still, in the form of the ex-Abaddon gang. And with that being said, I guess I'm just really excited for this thing to kick off.
Yeah. So here's another kind of interesting additional fact, right? Is another iteration of Viper's Clan during Split 1 actually faced Abaddon Abyss in their iteration. So that Viper's Clan team had Ichisolo, Karma, Aeon, Slime, and June. Now, again, we do have Berger, Wes, Shintaro, so on and so forth. So it feels like it's again, in this particular match, there's another chance at a go. That last time it was Abaddon Abyss that completely bodied this Viper Clan, roster. This time, is it going to be enough that they've adjusted the composition? And again, that was only a couple of months ago. Split 1 to Split 2, not really a huge
that's not a huge
time
gap,
skip.
honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
And
But still,
time
right?
skip, you weeb. Anywho, like, my whole thing is, I feel like if you were competing in Split 1 and you were close to qualifying for our top 8, why change it up? I mean, that core has already promised you a pretty decent potential, right? So I feel like roster switches like this are a little confusing to me, because once again, I'm all for player development and chemistry development. Well, again, we will have to see the fruits of these new additions, Asarai. That's also another strength, though, of, I guess, reshuffling the variables that you do provide on a team. They just become that much more confusing to anybody.
but they did use the ABA just for, just because, you know, it's an homage to what they were able to accomplish with that particular roster of theirs. So I like it. I like it. Respect to that.
Do. Yeah, we all do. I mean, like I said, right? This is probably one of the more active teams, especially when it comes to a lot of contact play. If not the only team that was more active than them was
place nila in order for them na mas maging smooth
Turret out.
Spike down A.
Any of the thresholds to commit to a hard hit, but now they will plant their feet outside of C.
Unfortunately, guys, we don't have the full information as of now, but at least what we can know is that there is still the 3 versus 3. I would love to know if there is a fault line available here for Asta, because that would at least give them, again, a very good utility to kind of
seconds
play around with. It was a fake on the utility, though, from Viper's Clan all the way on C. Have plenty of time to go for the A site, and they've kind of bamboozled here LFS. They will not know about this, but now they kind of have an inkling. There's no charges, no more follow-up noise on the C site. So the plant on A is going to
10
commence.
seconds left.
You can already see
Spike
Asta
planted.
very aware of it. Could be a mid-lurk, and the timing is absolutely beautiful. West does not know what hit him, and a 3 versus 2 ensues. Slatham somehow still able to save up a drone coming into this, and he spots the one on Hell. That is going to be dead to daylight. Viper
One enemy remaining.
Get blinded, can't really do anything, and now all they have to do is clear out the angles bit by bit. Aeons cannot handle it. 3 versus 1, and he loses the battle.
Loses the battle, and the God plant, despite being successful,
Down A.
a
Spike
little
planted.
shaky. I do want to point out that this mid lane
One enemy remaining.
is so common in the pro scene. And we see the value of it, right? Because you are absolutely cutting off any rotations and potential.
Need a drop.
Thanks.
Gather reliable information, right? So, once again, where is the Sentinel alert? Why are you leaving your initiator to do that?
I'm not entirely sure why as well.
Oh.
In any case, yep, this is the Viper's Clan special. Quick charge onto the C site through Garage. Have a lot of contact. Ichisolo has the flash, but somehow does not actually deter the rest of LFS on the back of things. Now they back away all the way through spawn as they try to go for a little bit more of a take a breath. We can go for the retake. Unsure as to how many ultimates they actually have. Maybe they have Asta's Rolling Thunder here as to why you see the rest of Viper's Clan just play so far onto C-Link, or the fact that they might have a 100 Sphere. Again, I am not entirely sure, guys. Cannot see it. Nope. Now we do know West coming in for the lurk. He does not know. And Rababs, man, the timing is so good for basically the rest of LFS here. There's just that 1/2 second that Vipers just doesn't get on position on the peak, and it is costing them some of these rounds.
It's costing them quite a bit. And I believe we're at a 2-3. Vipers have not won anything outside of their initial swing. I did find this fairly interesting, Asrai. They did
One
get that
enemy
forward
remaining.
control, and they did occupy the front of C. And I understand that they wanted to lessen the resistance, but they knew they had the man advantage, right? So potentially taking that fight for C long, or rather for CT, a little ill-advised on the side of the Vipers clan. But once again, it's
agree.
really those small mistakes that differentiate which team has more experience than the other. And
My
I
ult's ready.
do believe it was Shintaro looking for a pick, but instead finds the end of Exotic's gun barrel.
Man, LFS is a team that you do not want to give those, those bits of advantage. And Exotic, I gotta say, man, like, Exotic has proven to be one of the best Jet players that we have here. It feels like he just has the complete entry level or entry fragging package.
Ooh.
NK Slatham could do some damage here. Oh, you know what? that smoke gave them enough time. He swung, didn't see it, and Exotic was ready for it. He's even more ready right now as he picks up the 3K. Absolutely beautiful. Loses the spike here for the side of Vipers. Wes has got to pick it up. He does have it in his hands, but he's in a 4 versus 1, and he's going to slow peek this. And Exotic is absolutely prepared. Picks up the 4K. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
I think the rounds are 2-4. Yes. In any case, I'm a little worried on the side of Viper's Clan here. Asar, so far their offensive timing has somewhat proven to be fairly one-dimensional. I mean, they do try to put some pressure on by having a few lurks here and there, but once they go for that hit towards the site, they just get stopped dead in their tracks. And it's not even them finding difficulty into getting into the sites to begin with, it's just staying. Like, for example, just those small fights that they take that I feel like are just so unnecessary is giving Abaddon all the windows to really just kind of break into. The side of Abaddon, though, what we haven't seen so far is Exotic's signature C-long push with that operator. He's been very happy anchoring A, but we might just actually see that now. He looks like he is intending to do that. And again, that's just the merit of having an Astra, right? Your defaults are going to be that much more flexible. You're going to have more range while having your Astra in a safer position, or hell, even play Rotator.
Okay, so quick update, guys. In terms of the rounds, it's actually 4-2 right now.
So I am correct.
Yes.
I'm keeping track.
Yeah. Apologies for this, guys. We know it's a little bit confusing. We're going to try to keep you grounded, not like your parents do when you do something bad. We're going to keep you grounded in a good way. I don't know where that came from, but anyways, Shintaro got the blades. No, like grounded in the game so they don't fly away in terms of like what's happening here. But the dash from Shintaro, I kind of like it. I kind of get it, but he was swinging into 2 players of Abaddon Abyss, of LFS, that absolutely knew what was happening right in front of them. There's a lot more manpower on the B side because they're giving Exotic time to just be by himself. That flash did absolutely nothing, and V Black just gobbles them all up. One more comes into the back of the site. The ring around the Rosie. Peekaboo, I see you. There's the flash. Lay them. Does not need to actually over-aggress onto this one. And unfortunately, that itty-bitty Stinger not going to be able to deal the damage to the back of the cider and try to give a bit more room here for Viper's Clan. That's going to be 5-2. Yes, updated.
I'm thinking of what could have happened here again. Aeon's landing that beautiful shot flush onto Exotic, but did they not have smoke for that? Did they not have potential paranoia? Again, Slay them just working on the fact that he just had free reign on what to do. Once again, Viper's Clan, the problem isn't necessarily trying to take the site. It's kind of them just staying. I think Exotic didn't take the turret out, but that's enough of a threat for Viper's Clan to respect the distance and respect potentially this longer angle that they might have to avoid. The side of Abaddon, Asarai, they're just really so calm now. Do you remember the first few times we would see them play Haven? They would always try to occupy a lane of the map and be super aggressive. But this time around, it's a lot more balanced. They're a little more careful in what they want to do. And I love it. Again, intention is one of the things that provides so much clarity. And this LFS squad showing so much of it.
Absolutely. You understand what's kind of the process as to why. There's always a cause and effect, and it always leads into something proper for them. Because of that push, by the way, on C-Long, you can already see the immediate rotation, or at least the immediate rotation here from LFS, thinking that there could be some shenanigans. Now that the lockdown is all the way through the A site, they know that it's going to be, I'd say like 70-80% of a full commit, right? Anyways, there's the setup from Shintaro. This is the issue I think that this entire team is having issues with, is that Shintaro, he knows where to go for the setup, but unfortunately, he leaves his teammates 1 to 2 seconds behind. And we've seen this. This is the Jet syndrome that just really hurts a team, especially when they don't really have the timing locked and loaded. Those things start to happen. Aeons, though, by himself could do some damage. Wes falls to his demise.
Why
But
does this
Aeons- Or sorry,
happen?
it wasn't West. It was V Black.
It was V Black. It was
that
V
fell to
Black.
his demise. Yeah.
This happened the last time we did an OQ also. Somebody fell in the exact same spot. I get it. There's fall damage, but like you mentioned, right, there is that lag time that the Jets can
Remaining.
unwillingly provide. It happens when you play Jets. When we play okay. Anyway, guys, I got a little sidetracked there.
Are you
but-
blaming me for?
Yes. Anywho,
Wow. Okay.
anywho,
no more
don't
Jet
take
for
my
you,
Jet
buddy.
away from me. Don't take Jet
What?
away
You're a
from me. You
Reyna
know how
main.
I
Just
operate.
pick up the Reyna. man.
No, I'm a duelist, man. Anyway.
Alright,
We were getting a little distracted here, Asterai. Like I said, right, Viper's Clan, they know what to do. They know what site they want to take. But I feel like the way they would pressure the site, they're just not divvying it up enough to
Yeah.
make Abaddon commit mistakes. Abaddon, they're playing this absolutely well, like super beautifully. They see that there is going to be one point in the fight where Shintaro's gonna jump in, and obviously somebody's gonna try to back him up. But with the smokes coming down on the side of V Black, they are just gonna cut this double swing away. Now we have Asta. He does have a rolling thunder. Might be thinking about using this just for extra insurance. But no, we don't see it being expended. But look at all of that
Oh my
utility.
God.
There
the
you go.
gravity well. Yeah.
This is an
Everything's gonna
absolute
get boosted up.
blender.
They are gonna get blended by the Jet. Let's see how it goes. The Jet blender.
Spike
There it
down.
is. One more at the back of the site, and Wes, well, might have gone east for whatever happened in that site.
Oh man. I mean,
East
it was an
meets
eco. You know, it
Yeah.
was an eco. On the side of Viper's Clan, they did manage to pressure Abaddon into using and potentially just giving their ultimate advantage away. But at the same time, this will also come back to the first point where Abaddon, they've really had no issues retaking the sites. That staying power that we've been looping over and over again
One
still
enemy
been an issue in Viper's Clan, and now it's kind of inching forward where they can't even get onto the site reliably. The flash is gonna be there. Beautiful flash on the side of Viper's Clan, avoiding that initial hit. You see Exotic, he is still gonna double dip, find Shintaro, and the spear is broken once more. He will get tagged, Aserai, but is this enough to actually get him? Apparently not.
V-Black's still at the corner. He's pocketed here, man. And he,
Oh!
was that a... Okay. I believe it was a collateral. You can already see the HP of Aeons just down into the single digits, maybe even one. And there you have it. Now we do have our extra score here. I think that is 8-2. In any case, right, this just means that it's been going into the favor of LFS non-stop. Like everything that they try to do, everything Viper Clans tries to emulate here or execute just hasn't really played at that certain direction. Man, Exotic is so fast at just getting back into cover, even though he takes very aggressive angles as well to fight with.
Indeed. And I'm trying to see like what Viper's Clan can adjust on the fly here, because once again, some of these mistakes can really only be seen on a VOD, and that is completely understandable. But Slay them still not getting flushed out here is a little curious. He's super low, but look how fast Asta is on that
Last player
retreat.
standing.
But it's
Spike
apparently
down
him
A.
who's going to get fed the 6-shooter. Asta will get a post-mortem kill there, Aserai. But once again, this eco is going to be handled very well on the side of Abaddon a bit. Are we going to see a bonus kill here? Nope. It's V-Black farming orbs. And man, we know Haven
Last
is a fairly
round in the
attacker-sided map, so this is why I'm asking so many questions about Viper's Clan and
Yeah.
what they can potentially do to alleviate these problems, because so far Abaddon, or LFS are doing so well.
One enemy.
There's no stopping them at the moment. Exotic. Oh, what does he have as a plan? He's an artist though. He's making the
This is gonna be
slash smiley face on the spike. Is he just gonna quick charge this? Nah. Okay, no blades. Slow maneuver. Oh, quick tag onto Aeons. No follow-up, and V-Black has his own operator. Smooth Operator are the two players here. The dash in from Shintaro, but he's only giving himself cover, not his teammate. Shintaro does find a pick onto Rababs. Could give him a chance here, but V-Black is just
man.
that dominant. He is chasing them down to the ends of the earth. Exotic has a blade. He's giving information. He wants to give the ace to his homie, to his Brody. And of course, V-Black will get it. He will devour it, and he will take it.
Switching
Oh,
sides.
man. Abaddon. I mean, LFS. We're just so used to loving this team as the Abaddon of this squad, right? It just
One
rolls off
enemy
the tongue
remaining.
so nicely. But V-Black showing Exotic how it's done. Exotic getting a lot of kills with the operator, but did he get an ace just yet? No. It's V-Black. And I think that is going to be the first official ace of this split, Aserai. So there is that. There is that to really hinge on. And LFS, their momentum is killer. 3 more rounds to take map 1. Viper's Clan, what can they do to address their problems here? They do have a setup that is leaning towards a lot more structure, towards both B and A. They have a lot of aggression being shown here, but a well-read situation on the side of LFS as they do hold back. But if they run into either of Garage or B, then they might face some serious problems here. And the tension is building up. Look how close they are to each other here. Shintaro is pretty alone here. I do not think West is in a position for an immediate trade, but Ichi Solo looking to be an enabler as well. Beautiful stun. Gets the first shot. Can he get the follow-up? It's Ichi Solo trying to get the man out of the corner. But Slatham and V-Black suddenly turn this on its head.
Spike down A.
The round.
One enemy
The
remaining.
round. It looked so good for a Viper's Clan.
He just couldn't convert it, man. There was that position on Sewers where Viper's Clan was trying to get a couple of kills to able to assist Shintaro there, but it just did not happen. And look at this Burger. He's already expecting supposedly the A side take, but I mean, in this kind of situation, a default straight onto C makes a lot more sense. It's one-way angle. You can plan it for C long. You're up against Burger, who doesn't have a smoke. Maybe the turret, I guess, but you can still get double swung by both V-Black and teammates. So with all of that, this is also going to burn about a good 10-15 seconds, right? 40 seconds on the defuse timer, if ever. Not the defuse, time, that's 7 seconds, but the overall time that you have to defuse the spike is 40. In any case, he's burned about half of that.
You mean the window for you can have a successful
Thank you.
defuse.
That's the
There
proper
you go.
terminology for it. I appreciate it. There is still also a star. That's just...
There
Yeah.
you go. We're gonna have to take a star away from you, Aserai.
Imagine if I died
One good
right
noodle
now.
star away from you.
Oh, funny.
As Burger trying to make something out of nothing. But Slatham is so greedy.
Last
He just will
player
not allow
standing.
Viper's Clan to gain any sort of footing here. I'm not entirely sure what V-Black was up to. But prove yourself. You're a good noodle.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, I'm also
like
a
I
good
said,
noodle here because, sorry, out of topic, I am now back as a moderator. Heck yeah. I can now
I don't
chat
think
with the
I'm a
chat.
mod.
Oh, we got to get you back on that train, man.
Let's fly.
Yeah, because you know what? We use it, guys, to communicate better with our community on Twitch. 'Cause
Yeah.
We love you guys. You
We
guys are
do.
important to us. Salamat, thanks.
Okay. Sometimes Aserai just hits me with that perfect flash and I just don't know how to respond. No matter how quick I am, it's just I'm blind, son. I'm completely blind. But now Viper's Clan, what I did notice from them is that they love to stay compact. And it does have its merits, right? Obviously when you're playing compact, you're going to have a readily available utility. But the response time, if you're a little more leaning towards the opposite side of things, is going to lag a little bit behind as Burger gets completely pounded into the ground. I love
One
that response
enemy
from
remaining.
Taro. So well done. But Abaddon,
Ooh,
LFS, they're just not letting this stand. Yet another dominant round.
Match point.
That is going to be pushing us to match point.
Yeah, man, if anybody in the chat right now hasn't seen the games of former Abaddon Abyss, now LFS, I urge you to at least watch some of the highlights there because it's not only exotic, but slay them that have such a crazy, just ridiculous amount of highlights. Like, the reason why I think we saw so many rounds for LFS surge like that is because of just how incredibly clutch heavy slay them has been.
Clutch heavy. I like that. Because we saw that so many times, right? And if not Slay them, then Asta. If not Asta, then V-Black. If not V-Black, then we have Exotic, of course. As we actually do have other members on the side of LFS. I think Hydra is still playing, but he's not on the map right now. There are specific situations where they do like to kind of slot in and slot out. But look at Viper's Clan here. I do love the composure, Asta, right? Typically when teams are down this bad, the gap, if it's this, you usually see them try to force proactivity. But I love the composure on the side of Viper's Clan here. It's just trying to fish out any information that they can, and we'll try to build this up brick by brick, step by step.
Step by step, and the first one is Berger on the contact. V-Black here. He's in very, very deep waters, and the timing on his peak might not be as good. But again, oh, this is, how many times has this happened? The timing for Viper's Clan just to back away. Anyways, Ichi Solo soloing the defense on the A site. They know once there, big flash coming in. And once again, Ichi Solo by himself. He's got 3 more bullets left in the chamber. It's all left down onto Asta. 2 versus 1.
No way.
No, he's on hell. He has to go for the reload, but he wins the first fight, but cannot do it against Aeons. Viper's Clan hold on. Their sting, their venom. Well, it's here. It's plowing. It's working.
Like I said, I really appreciate that Viper's Clan, they're keeping a very, very cool head about this. We don't necessarily see them overextend when they really don't have to. Again, there's just small windows that Abaddon, LFS
Spike down.
are pretty much abusing, right? But Viper's Clan, they just try to keep this as composed as possible. And with that is going to be the 3rd round on the board for them. They're hoping to push this. They're hoping to alleviate some of the pressure. I love this one way, but my goodness, Aeon. That is so unlucky. He just gets absolutely blasted. An Exotic with a trademark entry here. Not really getting any frags with all the space in the world to move. Burger does have that turret to keep him cozy. The rest of Viper's Clan, they'll have to try and take this with sheer force from the CT area. But after I look at LFS, they've already postured up for this this post plan.
I like that how teams are starting to just not plant it right beside the mid box right on C. Just have it out in the open. It's much easier to actually pop shots there, even if your opponent has smokes, because they don't really have a wall that defends them. Anyways, it's the electric cha-cha, the Hariba cha-cha-cha here for Ichisolo as he tries to dodge the Hunter's Fury, but he cannot dodge the volley of bullets in that shooting gallery towards the spike, and that is going to be 13-3 with LFS, former Abaddon Abyss, taking the win, and of course, a nice little quick cameo from our Tagalog side.
My camera, I think I bumped it again. It went upwards, so I'll have to fix that a little bit later.
Yes.
But as we are going back to this wonderful view of your new fresh cut, yeah, we saw, who was it? Was it Shintaro doing the SpongeBob? Doing a little bit of a boogie? You know?
I think so.
To
Oh no, it
distract.
was Ichisolo.
It was Ichisolo. I think Ichisolo
Yeah.
had a lot of shining moments here. And despite just the score disparity, we did see personalities that, if refined, Viper's Clan could be so incredibly dangerous if they keep that composure and just their knack to pretty much be hyper compact when they play. I feel like that could be the cornerstones for a very, very good team. But at the moment, I just feel like they're a little outclassed by Abaddon just because Abaddon or LFS have been in the league for, honestly, 3 months within the VCTPH circuit is an eternity. It really will be a hyperbolic time chamber.
So what's going to happen here to Viper's Clan come the next map, because it is going to be split, and they have, at least with the recorded matches that they have, which is literally split 1 and split 2 of VCT 2023, they haven't played split at all. To be fair, split was only released very recently. I think like just
2
a
patches
month
ago.
2 patches ago, yeah, exactly.
I don't think that was a month ago. That was there was a short break.
At least for
during
the
split one.
competitive rotation. Anyways, we are gonna go on a quick break. Or no, it's the highlights first, because we gotta watch these again. Enjoy the goodness.
Like I said, right? See, they do get that initial fight. When they did find success, they do hit that initial fight, but they're not necessarily flooding the space they need to avoid getting rolled on the retake. And you know, I feel like they had an idea of trying to do that, but it just felt so disjointed at times.
One enemy
But
remaining.
potentially, Asrai, we could see a great team in the making on the side of Viper's Clan.
One enemy remaining.
Well, for now, could be. And for now, it's LFS that's gotten the better of them.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
And there was just some things that, again, just couldn't really get over against the Vipers or the setup here of LFS. Again, it goes back to the topic about who is going to be picking this particular team. Is there a new org? Because right now I feel like in the PH, I don't know how many orgs we actually have left that don't have a signed team yet. They
Like a roster, right?
Yeah, right. So if there's a new investor, absolutely perfect. Please.
Why don't
pitch
you buy a
perfect.
team?
I am not that
But-
well endowed with monetary expenditures. Any case, of course, are delivering the win with Grab Unlimited is none other than LFS's V Black. Again, it's ABA there, guys, but to clarify, they are not with the organization anymore. They are just using the, as we call it, the tri-code of ABA. Because,
basically.
Yeah, the tag. Yeah, their clan tag.
So, guys, that was the first map. That was pretty much a lesson, or a lot of lessons to be learned on the side of Viper's Clan. Again, a lot of potential, but still a long way to go. As me and Asarai, we are going to be throwing this to a short break. So while that's happening, go grab a drink, go grab a snack. We will be right back. Will the flow even out, or will the Riptide drag the Vipers clan away as they stare into the trench, into the abyss? Looking for sponsors, looking so good coming into this map too, Asarai. And I have to say, all the points that we talked about, especially with how basically the official circuit will force you to evolve, is just really, really coming into fruition.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at your chat on the stream. What is beef lettuce?
Beef lettuce. I don't know. It's
All
just
right.
beef and lettuce.
Okay, that's a good combination. That's basically like, you
Yeah.
know, Sangyup.
No, dude, beef and lettuce is amazing.
Yes. Anyways, this match was also amazing because, again, as you mentioned, we are seeing these hints of adjustments and changes from the former Abaddon Abyss roster with how they play their matches. It felt like, again, they were at that point that they are at that point where they're adjusting much better, much quicker, and they have a clear idea of what's happening around them. To be fair, though, it did seem like whatever Vipers Clan was trying to trying to execute, trying to manipulate around the map, it feels like this LFS roster just understood what was happening. They knew the assignment, and they got it straight A+.
They knew the assignment, huh? Is that how you're really gonna end it? But I do
Yeah.
wholeheartedly agree. I feel like Vipers Clan had a plan that they would want to, I guess, exact. But once again, right, we talk about how do you get that plan in motion? Because at the end of the day, despite this being a tactical shooter, you still kind of need to win your duels. And we didn't necessarily see that a lot out of Vipers Clan. And maybe it's just the first map shakes. I mean, this is open qualifiers after all. The stakes are very, very high, and it's to basically enter that coveted top 8. And it is very real. Maybe, just maybe, they're going to come back swinging for map 2, Asarai. So that's what I'm really, really excited for. And I guess just for a quick little review on our map 1, I don't think the teams necessarily ran anything crazy. They did go for that Omen. But what I do find very interesting is that I feel like the paranoia pressure was just fairly absent on a lot of the hits. It's like they couldn't gather where Abaddon would try to anchor from, therefore not throwing out the paranoia as confidently as you would assume they would. But once again, they did have a little bit of time to adjust. Hopefully, coming into this map, it's going to be fairly better for Vipers Clan.
And this is always the tricky part, right? As you mentioned, that a lot of teams really have to go through. It's a stage in the process of just reaching that next level. And that one is the disconnect with your jet player to the rest of your team. The setup was there, but again, the distance garnered by Shintaro, the map control that he has, was there for a split second, but the follow-up in amount of bodies that is with him, the amount of utilities that allows Shintaro to maybe get a couple of picks and allow, you know, the easier access of Vipers Clan onto a site was definitely the struggling part. And again, as I mentioned, this is a thing that happens with a lot of teams as well. And again, we mentioned that this Viper Clans roster is incredibly, incredibly new. They picked up the Zol Ragnar boys. It looked like it should have been. It looked good because, again, they were from very good, well-known teams. Unfortunately, it's still not clicking as of yet. And against a team like Abaddon Abyss, or former Abaddon Abyss, now looking for Society. Wait, no, it's not that. It's looking for sponsor. Society, excuse me. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know where that came
it
from.
won't work.
Honestly.
My brain works weird. If I hear LFS, I
got
don't
a fine
think
brain ass, right?
I don't think about sponsor. I actually thought squad, like maybe Star Wars or looking for stars. I don't know.
I mean,
Still
they're not
think
looking
about
for
it.
stars. They have. It is still an incredibly star-studded roster they have, right?
Yeah,
Again,
exactly.
they've made it so far. They've developed really well, and once again, some of the roster moves really confuse me, especially between opens, right? Because typically you would use open 1 or the first open to find out what you need to work on as a group, as a team, and then you kind of just grind out the next 3 months. But there were a lot of roster changes on a lot of teams, and I feel like that really does mess with chemistry quite a bit. It's another thing to have the individual pieces to succeed, and it's another to have them work in cohesion.
Yeah.
In
yeah.
again synchronized basically.
And actually, this is something that actually popped into my head, right? If you guys, you know, in the at home there, at office, wherever you're watching, thank you so much for watching. Anyways, think about it this way: this is actually a weird time to actually try to build a team, because other than the fact of, you know, building that synchronicity with your team, you're also coming in to a weird state of transition with the map rotations that we have right now, with the addition of the new agents. We had Harbor just a couple of months ago. We now have Gecko, who's back into this one. So it adds even more factors that you have to kind of just, you know, add up with all of that. And again, because of their reintroduction with Split as well as Lotus, that really puts a lot of strain for these teams that are still struggling to get into the regular season.
Oh, Rabab Sentinel. Very, very scary indeed, as he's going to be completely rock solid while on the side of Abaddon. I don't know how to feel about Sage on Split. I feel like it's been around forever. Have we not developed ways to play around the Sage? But if it ain't broken, don't fix it, right? Now we see Omens on both sides here. Once again, really valuing that point-to-point mobility that Omen has been providing. No raise, surprisingly, on Split. No raise. Interesting.
Any of the matches that we've seen
on B Heaven, Raze is the queen of Split.
Yeah,
Shout
so
out to all the
queens.
Asteroid 2022. I think this was like PH 2 2022, right? This was Split 2 last year. Yeah, my memory, it's been serving me well.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? I still do like this. I feel like Exotic, for better or for worse, he's not getting married. I don't know if he's married already, but
He's what? Sorry?
no, exactly. Just disregard that. What I was just gonna mention is that I always like to see him on the Jet more than anything else. Jet does struggle on Split because she's not able to well utilize, I think, the capabilities of the dash. It feels awkward in a lot of the angles here. That's why Raze is a little bit better, because you can use the satchels a lot more efficiently with the shorter distance with the gaps, as well as, of course, you know, you have your boom bot, you have your showstopper when it is available to you. But in any case, if it's Exotic, it still makes sense to put him on the Jet, even though it's Split.
I will actually disagree with you. I don't think it's the angles that the problem is with the Jet. I think the problem is you don't have any preemptive pressure as a Jet in comparison to a Raze. The Boombot is so dangerous in B main, the nade is so dangerous in A main, and there's just a lot of things that can just put a dead stop to a push. I do feel like Jet is a lot easier to play around, especially on offense, because the verticality will lend itself to the agent. But like I said, right, there's just not that explosive stopping power that you might need on a defender-sided map as Split. I think this was also another interesting point of discussion we had. Split is a little more 50-50 now, not necessarily just super defender-sided.
Yeah, honestly, we've seen teams roll hard from the attacking side. I think that's why I like about Split. And this is the reason, dude, why I've been always, what's the word here? Just pushing for Split to be the map to just be back on rotation rather than Bind, because I feel in a sense, Split is a better map than Bind. The current iteration of Bind, because even though they both had mid lane on Split just feels like there's so much more options than just Bind. EG Solo though, great start to get things started.
Yeah, incredible shot, man. I like the idea, but I'm wondering why there wasn't any back support on his end, and Shintaro is trying to get a few picks on himself.
One enemy remaining.
Will get gunned down. Again, that's right. I don't think Viper's Clan is having issues with their positioning. Or actually, they do have some. But the most
Spike
egregious
planted.
mistake there was letting Ichi Solo be alone with that wall. They already got one pick. If somebody played contact with him on ramp, that could have been a different story, right?
Yeah.
But instead, we are left in a 1v4 situation with Aeons and the world watching him. There is 2 players on the side of Abaddon, or LFS, that's fairly low HP, so this is so doable. He has a smoke in his back pocket, but instead, he'll find a raw duel against Exotic. The heal is not going to be up for the Sage. He will try to swap to the Frenzy, but the numbers What do they mean, slay them? It means that 3 people will eventually sink their teeth onto the lone controller.
Well, they did hear the swap of the weapon as well there, so unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get away with that one, right? He kept the classic, maybe he had a chance, but he had 9 bullets against 3 opponents, so there was really no way to go about it, especially with the wall blocking his passage into the safety, mayhaps, of... I forgot if it's called shoulder or elbow. Elbow.
It's elbow. It's elbow. Why
don't
would
know.
it be a shoulder?
Well, you know what? Shoals, elbows, knees, and toes.
Why would it be a shoulder? Oh, on what planet would that look like a shoulder?
I mean,
Oh my goodness.
look at it. Look, the entryway to the back of A is basically your neck. So that's your shoulder, man, your traps.
No!
Yes!
Elbow. Okay, well, before we get distracted, Viper's Clan actually making do with these classics, finding maximum value, and now they go for the third swarm here. It looks like they might take the round away. Rababs gets a big 3k Aserai, but Ichi Solo has another one on the back of their very, very light buy. Interesting choice on the side of Abaddon there to just kind of try to take the shorter fight, knowing that they had the upgraded weapons. I mean, I would have thought they would have probably just taken B main straight up, right? Because they have the Sky Flash, they have the Paranoia and whatnot. But instead, they go for a full contact. That's just trademark Abaddon. But Viper's Clan, they still have some fangs and they still have some, I guess, venom left in their veins to really share around.
They do have that adrenaline momentum, too. Anyways, it's Solo, quick little use of the wall. Where did Exotic come from? Anyways, Wes is here to save the day. Does have a counter flash as V-Black trying to chase aggressive onto it. It's not going to work in the end.
Mid.
And we have Lone Rababs all the way with the long, slow rotation from Sewer here. Nobody is extending at all on the A site. They're waiting for the contact. They have the crossfire set up. And they give themselves that due respect here for Rababs. He's about to get into the crosshair of Burger. But as the door, or excuse me, the wall falls down, the opportunity, well, he gets one.
Remember, no more
It was enough for him to get his neural theft back online. And Abaddon, Abyss. Neural theft around. I'm assuming this is where Viper's Clan is gonna play super compact and don't want to give that threat of free info away. But habitually speaking, Viper's Clan, or at least on their side, right, the habits on their side, they have been playing these one and done angles with no proper like support, which is so worrying. I'm just really worried what might happen if they once again struggle to maintain this lead. But a beautiful 2-1, wonderful recovery, and I love the fact that they do back out. Don't necessarily commit anything here. If you throw a slow orb out and just a flash to delay, and there you go. Viper's Clan, they have found a bit of a fortress towards B. And Abaddon, I like it a lot. They're repositioning. They're going to look for somewhere else to pressure. And they will run into a KJ stack, though, which is slightly problematic, I would say.
Well, it's placed on really good spots as well, so you're absolutely right, especially when that turret finds the contact. All hell shall break loose. But yeah, wow, okay, just a quick shrouded step, you know, that they did not anticipate that, did not see it coming. Rababs finds Shintaro fiddling with his weaponry here. I think he went and brought out his knife, and that's gonna cost him a lot. That's gonna cost him way a lot, as Ichi Solo also falls down.
Ooh, that's again, that's Rababs for you, right? Just the raw dueling capacity of Abaddon is just so much to handle at times. It becomes too much, really. And Viper's Clan, they do back away here, Aserai. Since they have the breach, you would think they'd be the more aggressive ones, right? Because Flashpoint is so annoying. You have a long-range stun to really delay any pushes towards a main. And for the longest time, this was considered Breach's best map. So maybe, just maybe, Viper's Clan kind of forgetting that. Because they still have so many avenues of success here. They could just potentially scout something out. At the same time, going for this double sentinel, they're not gonna have as reliable information. Do you think this is one of the maps where double ini isn't necessarily like priority in comparison to something like, I guess, Haven?
That's a hard... Well, I feel like it's fine, right? Because this map actually encourages you to lurk and re-rotate. That's what I love about Split, is it gives you a lot of options without really relying on the information to be garnered, to be honest. Anyway, Shintaro, not sure where he got the op kill here. I think it was all the way through A main. But pressure from LFS here all the way through the B side. In any case, if that's going to be the case, Raph, right, you have to rely a lot on your jet to get the pressure rolling, to have that information really locked in. Anyways, Wes is on a literal like time clock of just being able to progress something in that situation. That was not too bueno for him. Burger, ooh, almost whiffs the shot there. And now everyone knows where he is. He's holding the angle, watching, looking at the anticipation of Exotic. And he saw at the corner of his eye a little birdie about to tell him a bit of a tweet. And boy, did he not like it. The tweet of death. The TODs.
That was so expensive on the side of Viper's clan. Honestly, I mean, they were really trying their best to steal the round away and maybe the momentum. But it just seems like they have an idea of what to do. Again, I said this on Haven.
Placing swarm grenade.
Like, they know what they're supposed to do, but they really are not on the same page with each other. They just look so disjointed. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's that extra, like, 5%, right? That could really help. But from here to there, it feels like at least impassable for the moment here for Viper's clan. Any case, oh, the blaze from Shintaro. I love the Moxie. I love the verticality of that. And boy, did Rabab's not really had an inkling of what was happening. He reacted a little bit too late to it. Lockdown is there to utilize. But, I mean, I don't know if they have time for this. They really have to press the button as of the moment. V-Black gets overwhelmed by West, but it's still a 2 versus 2. Oh, the Rolling Thunder is going to do so much damage. They can't use the flash anymore. They can't really find the other in the corner. But now, there's plenty of time to defuse that spike. Use that Rolling Thunder, did they? And it worked well.
It did work really well. And like I said, this map is fairly even now. When it comes to the skewing of what side it's really beneficial for. Because we see a lot of brilliance from Viper's clan still, and we still see quite a bit of firepower on the side of Abaddon. I'm just like trying to solve the puzzle here, right, for both these teams. Like, where is the initial point of contact necessarily, like, really key?
One enemy remaining.
We saw a little bit of a spread when it came to how the teams want to approach this. There's a lot of presence towards mid sometimes, and they kind of shuffle it out instead of actually just kind of defaulting for mid and hinging off of that. Here we have Shintaro on the god spot trying to get some damage done, and he will succeed. Regrowth, is it available for Abaddon is the question, and it is. So they still have that going for them. Viper's clan. Once again, I love the patience. None of them are really trying to overextend at this point in time. But eventually, and I mean eventually, Abaddon will have to pick their poison.
LFS, Abaddon, ex-Abaddon. They got a lot of monikers right now. But one thing is for certain, they're going to go straight for the B hit. Aeons, always authority at their side. Going to be setting up the utility and liking that reposition. Great hold altogether. And that's going to leave, once again, Rababs by himself. Oh. Now they know. Now they know. 4-3. You can already see that, well, Viper's clan not going to take this going down.
Absolutely. Ooh, I like it. I like timeouts. They see that there's a problem. They will take a step back and reassess. As Viper's clan it seems that they've really shaken off the nerves, Asarai. Like I said, that is a huge factor. It's one of those intangibles that really takes quite a bit of time. I mean, no matter what you're doing, if you're in a big event, obviously you'll feel a little nervous. Aeons, that was a little highlight there. I love play coming into the teleport, avoiding the flash too. And that also kind of begs the question, is that Omen smoke beneficial for the attacking side? Because if I'm not mistaken, that was a smoke for, or at least on the side of V-Black, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like it scuffed the flash. I feel like that smoke should be deeper, way deeper.
In a case here, quick timeout right now from JAAA. Just to talk things over. 4 ultimates. 4 LFS. And these are pretty big ones too. Exotic's going to have his blades. This is going to be a quick charge onto mid with the flash and dash. Could be a possibility. You can already see them grouping up on Sewer.
One thing I noticed too, sorry, with this composition that these teams are running, there's very little like cohesion when it comes to ult combos on the side of Abaddon.
Oh yeah.
Like they're high impact in their own right, but they don't necessarily gel well in just terms of comboing into each other.
Yeah.
I feel like Seekers is really one of those rare initiation tools that they have. And that's about it. Neural Theft, you could say the same thing, but there is a prerequisite. And now, Burger, looking to serve something up, backs away. He is going to give a sound cue. But it does look like Abaddon, they are just going to have a grand old time holding down the fort on the A side.
They don't have proper weapons, do they? It's just the utility that's kind of giving them leeway here. So, first and foremost, it's either, yeah, this is the call. Exotic to stay by himself or start looking for pressure elsewhere, or the rest of his team just clumping up before they actually get up into the site. So this could be really fundamental. That triple swing from Slatham is a lifesaver. The amount of players that they have re-peeking Viper's clan is absurd, Raph. And Exotic at the back of the site just, you know, laying back, waiting for his team to do the job, and we equalize 4-4.
I
see the intention of trying to fight for ramps, but they knew they had Vandals. They knew they had Vandals. They could have honestly just held back, played pressure from ropes. And once again, Asarai, it's these small mistakes and choices to aggress on things that don't necessarily land a net positive. It's kind of digging Viper's clan a bit of a grave, really. Abaddon, they're very happy to take that. Now Shintaro with the operator will take that res out of the game, and that is gonna be so important. Aeon still has that flash. If he will throw that paranoia out, doesn't actually need to do it. He gets Exotic on that trade, and he backs out. Lots of space, a lot of info denied. Well played.
One enemy remaining.
Like an absolute sharpshooter. Getting Asta, finding max value off this operator. And Abaddon, they're stumped. What can they do now? V-Black undiscovered, but for how long? He gets Aeons. But is that all he gets? He still has a smoke and a paranoia for himself. But Shintaro, curiously, backing off. Oh, he goes for the double up. I like it. I like it a lot. They've trapped V-Black here, but V-Black, he's going for the initiative. If he can find his pivotal first duel, then this could be a problem. But Shintaro's doubling up. The TP's there. He pulled the attention so well. What? What? Oh no! Oh my god! That could have been so smart. But Wes is just too sharp. I love that read, no matter how that went. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, agreed.
Beautiful.
Man, I got yeah, as you mentioned, we gotta give V-Black props. He got layers upon layers. He was basically Shrekking in this particular round. But also, can't remiss that hold from Aeons. Just absolutely perfect. He read his opponent so freakishly well. Like, there was nothing that they could have done. And how many times has he actually done this? Right on the B side by himself. Twice, I think, in a row right now. Exotic. Oh, Shintaro almost gets decapitated, thankfully enough. He had the dash primed. If not, that would have been a little bit too much for him to get away out of.
You're correct. And that's a compliment I rarely give out to Asar specifically. You're
Yeah.
correct.
True. Agreed.
I'm joking. I love Asar. We all do. I'm the only person allowed to bully Asar, guys. You can't do that. Anywho, Viper's Clan.
Like a brother to me.
Yeah, aw. Even though you're a lot older than me, but the wisdom, it comes with the age, Asar, and Aeons. Wow, he really played. Oh my god! Wes is doing the same thing. Absolute chaos engulfs B. And Abaddon Abyss. They're looking for sponsors and they're looking for a lot of fights. Itchy Soul is still trying to hold strong, but Rabab's a crucial whiff. And now we are down to 3v3 actually. Both reses up available for both these teams. But how can they utilize it? None of the positions are beneficial for them and slay them. Oh my goodness, he could be the linchpin. Exotic already giving a bit of a bonus here. Shintaro still going for that operator. He has the sound cue. They still have not flushed out Slay the Masterai. They still have not flushed this man out. The res is burned, but they're getting cornered. B-Black thrusting them into darkness yet again. And slay them! Oh my goodness. Undiscovered. I love that discipline to just not swing out. He held upon days on end. Oh goodness me.
You mentioned, and if we haven't, there is just a disconnect right now for Viper's Clan in terms of how they're... Look at this! That one! Aeos was holding by himself. They already knew that they were at the site, and Wes was just priming a Rolling Thunder. I mean, I get the idea. It would have been nice, but they were already on the site, Raph. That is some grave mishaps that is happening here. In any case, Shintaro still sharp with the blade, sharp as ever. Gets the first pick, although if Slay Them can survive this onslaught, he's got the ultimate. The Rolling Thunder is there, but wait! Whose Rolling Thunder was that? It was Viper's Clan, but they walled mid. Who's gonna follow up on it?
A lot of questions, Asarai, and answers to be found just yet. Itchy Soul will get discovered by that roaming cabbage head. Nothing will... Not misfortune, at least, is coming his way. A little bit of a confusing stretch there. As Abaddon, they have found their home towards A. And a similar story. I'm actually very curious that Viper's Clan is choosing to let go of A Heaven quite a bit. Knowing that this is literally the win condition for them on the defending side for A.
Look at how fast they just get away from that. They already anticipated that there's going to be the lockdown. And the play right now for LFS is just to get Heaven control. And since Ichisolo's down here, he has no wall to basically block out physically what's happening against the retakers. This is what's going to happen. And Asta! Last game it was V-Black. This time it's going to be Asta to pick up that glorious 5k, the ace. What's up, Ace?
And that is straight up disgusting. Really chaperoning them to the highway to hell, or to the danger zone, Asrai. As Asta really providing that much more firepower online. Now, again, confusion aside, as I mentioned, right, why did Viper's Clan let go of A Heaven?
Last player standing.
I mean, we all know that that is the linchpin. That is your basic overwatch for that site in itself. What a beautiful bait and switch there. They can't get the res going. Oh no.
Get out of my way.
And Abaddon, I think they're looking to really steamroll this. I think they can smell blood in the water and they're in a bit of a frenzy already.
That it do be like what is it looking to be. They saw the wall and they really anticipated. I mean, it was, I think, clear-cut obvious that it's trying to get the res there. In any case, it's going to be a 5v3 retake. V-Black. Alright, he's tucked away on Raptors. Stun will not deter Burger here. He's getting closer and closer. Paranoia forces V-Black to go down, but it's the beat grinder, man. They can't really go through any of these. 5-7 as we end the first half.
I'm very confused with a lot of the things happening. There's just like there is a philosophy of how to approach the game. And perhaps maybe I still need to spend a little bit more time to be a student, right? Because some of these are just not really apparent with some of the teams here.
Right there.
I love the form that LFS or Abaddon, whichever way you want to call them, taking on right now. They had a bit of a shaky start, but now they are operating like a well-oiled machine. It does look like they are going to go for a mid default. The question is, how is Viper's Clan going to react to that? It seems that they have a wall prep for this. I feel like it'd be a little better if or rather, it's actually Abaddon now here. I feel like it'd be better on Abaddon's side if they would play Sky as rotator instead of early info like this. I mean, Flash is gonna find value no matter what. We will get info or no info. But with you really supplementing your fighting capacity just like that, right? Despite Viper's Clan still surviving. I can't believe they're still gonna go through this, Asarai. This could be a disaster. Oh my goodness. And Asta gets one. He will get taken down by Aeons. V-Black using the very corner that Aeons himself held for a million years. And will get sent to the slaughter. As I mentioned, so much utility was already being thrown to deter Viper's Clan. I love the composure. I love the confidence. But statistically speaking, that was so dangerous.
Well, did not work out in their favor. Ooh.
Spike down B.
That's squeezing through, right, as a unit with multiple angles not clearly taken. Checked, yes, but not clearly taken to the point where LFS will be hindered to like re-peek it. That's a dangerous game they're playing right now. And Viper's Clan ever so slowly falling off the kilter here, 5-8. There's not really any need. And this is where the Cypher gets a little bit more of a pass on split because of just how much control he gets with that particular weapon of his. The catch onto Burger, forcing out the rotation. This is where it gets very tricky. The tripwires are there. But they can do as much as they could want to. The dash over. There's the cage. But of course, right to the back of the side, Rabab is just holding by himself. And there's nothing Shintaro can really do unless he hit the god of all right clicks with the classic.
Oh my goodness. This is looking a little scary, honestly. Abaddon, they're snowballing so hard. And I do kind of want to go back to the point of Cypher on this map. I firmly believe and stand by it that Cypher is the priority pick here. Again, there is merits to having a Killjoy, having initiation, and just general ease of use. But default-wise, Cypher's pressure with double cage is just so disgusting. I think Rabab's tried to line up that cheeky one-way, but nonetheless, he'll still provide crazy presence towards A. We see Viper's Clan trying to work their magic towards mid, but so far no resistance has been shown towards ropes. Mail even left open. Abaddon, they look to be a little more reactive this time around. As long as this Killjoy will remain undiscovered, then Viper's Clan is gonna have so much of a chance with this lurk threat.
Oh my god.
Did I jinx it? I am so sorry. Oh my goodness.
I mean, even the crouch from Exotic, right? And the coming of age flank from V-Black. Wait, I don't know where that coming of age did happen, but the flank did at least ensue.
Mm-hmm. So, with everything that's happened, Asarai, just a 4v2 situation here on Viper's side. What do you think Viper should do on this attacking side? Because I feel like they've been stumped. They haven't really figured out the... Granted, this is like, what, the third round?
Yeah.
On the half. But it seems like the feeling out from those first 3 rounds haven't really given them information that they can really pivot from. As Exotic, because Rampage will stop. Aeons is here. He's trying to frontline for his team. Awesome. Just way too quick. And again, going back. What do you think Viper's Clan should do here? How should they dissect
One of
them?
my creatures. It's a good
You know,
thing, right?
if
Figure out what they do.
you kind of dissect it, right, it's, I think, somewhat simple, yet also difficult to do. It's simple to explain, difficult to do. In the sense that, I think one of the best examples here is, you saw that retake for Viper's Clan when they used the lockdown on the site, and they didn't clear heaven, so they didn't know how many players was on the A site. The quick reaction from LFS, right, was to rotate back onto A main and start to get heaven control because they planted safely for open plant. So I think the problem right now for Viper's clan is that they set up their utility, but at the same time, they think their opponents are gonna respect that utility and play around or play in it rather than around it. So,
Well,
yeah, I mean, it's as simple as
We
that.
get
And
it, right?
Yeah, and because of that, I think they're also forcing themselves to play with their own utility and not really respect the cause and effect that it has done to their opponents. So if they
I would
just
say too.
yeah,
Like, because they want Abaddon to respect their utility, right? But once again, at the end of the day, you still kind of need to hit your shots for any team to really respect whatever you're doing, whether it be contact or utility pressure. And I feel like on the side of Viper's clan too, especially on the pistol round, they already ate a flash, they ate a paranoia, they saw 2 smokes, a slow orb, and they still decided to try and barrel through B. Again, it's completely understandable that they want to go for an off-tempo play, but just with the lack of duels going in their favor, it's kind of hard to back that one up.
yeah. Yeah, and it's that one extra step, I think, that is just giving an edge here for LFS. And it's big enough of an edge that it just morphs, it mutates into more rounds for them. And agree or not, the result is there. It's 10-5, man.
Yeah. I feel like if people are wondering why we're like dissecting Viper's clan quite a bit, because there was expectation for this team coming in, and there is still expectation for them to perform.
Oh, yeah. And they are
'Cause we
performing.
did talk about, yeah, they are. But we did talk about them being a fairly positive force when it comes to the community tournament. But right now, they just look a little befuddled in front of Abaddon. And again,
30 seconds
Abaddon is such an experienced team already. Not the new kid
my
on the block.
Spike down A.
And
One
this is
enemy
exactly
remaining.
why we're worried. Abaddon, they just look like an absolute villain. They're so willing to take this. It's an eco, yes. But Aeons looks to be a hero. Uh-oh. Ah. Asta. I
He wanted
thought
to
we were
stab.
gonna see a knife.
That was... I mean, if you're on the side of Viper's clan, you would feel that was kind of unfair with how the setup from Abaddon Abyss was, right? They left Rababs once again to do his
30 seconds
double tripwire play. And look at this. They come into the swing, Slater gets the first pick, and immediately, not even a second after, was there a quick smoke follow-up from V-Black, which in turn stopped the rest of Viper's clan from having any point that they could refrag that because they had no visual clarity of what was up.
No clarity. It's a big problem that even the best teams get hit by. And the ruse can be potentially infinite. The mix-up, so hard to deal with. I like that Viper's Clan taking a little more of a measured approach here, Asarai. Just trying to see if Abaddon is going to expend an extra body to really hard clear any of the lanes here, but it seems that they're going to coagulate towards a main. And I think this is the best read they've done so far. It's only really Slay them that's going to be the first response. So if they go for a full shift walk contact here, then this could be really, really good. Oh, but no, instead they try to go for Ram's control. Again, a high priority position, especially when it comes for A, but they get stunned up by the breach stun here. They do take that space. Shintaro trying to get a clean duel here over Asta. And that he does. That's going to be 1 point of entry that they're going to be less worried about. But they still have not dug out Slay them here. Oh, and that they do.
Big mistake there from Asta to hold the angle, hold the fight for too long. Burger thankfully gets the pick here, but
Spike planted.
somehow they managed to thin down the numbers. And this is still very palatable here for LFS. Look at how close Rababs already has gotten. He could get a first rate transfer. That could be nutty. Exotic, though. He has the operator in tow.
One. That was
Come on.
the neural link complete on our end.
Come on, man. That was a bit ambitious from Exotic, to be honest.
It really
but-
was.
I mean, if it worked, that would have been nasty.
One enemy
I
remaining.
They have
mean,
the
that's
money,
always
right?
like, yeah, they do have enough to try again. But at the same time, the rule of cool is hard to argue with. Sometimes you ask teams, why would you approach it this way? Why would you randomly swing? I mean, it would have been cool if it worked. You're right, honestly. I cannot. I mean, why do we play video games? Why do we choose the characters we play? Because they're cool. We think they're
Yeah.
cool. Why do we do things the way we do things in games? Because we think that's cool. But speaking of that, Asarai,
That's a very common rule as well in D&D, which also has a movie coming out. Not sponsored, but you know, I'm excited.
and honestly, would it be accurate if the ranger wouldn't try to roll a 20 to randomly shoot a quest giver? Honestly! And they line up again! Oh my lord. Viper's clan, they have seemed to be stuck in an Ouroboros loop, Asarai. As Abaddon, they're so willing to just let this happen. But look how far they're spread out. If Viper's clan can get Asta out of the way, then this could be so doable.
He knows, though. He heard the turret being plopped down on B Garage, and look at already the rotation from both the remaining players of LFS. The wall is there. Oh, that is a great catch onto Exotic with the full flight. Itchy solo. Oh my goodness, Itchy solo from out of nowhere. Boasts himself up, get Exotic, follow up onto Asta, who was just right up on his face, and somehow managed to drop down, not get taken by Rababs, and get the final kill to keep the ball rolling here for Viper's clan.
Again, retention of momentum, such an important thing too. Itchy solo doing such a great job of being the bailout. Honestly, this is not the first time we've seen him do it, especially in the series. And it is a sight to behold. But with Abaddon burning their first time out of the half, I believe, they're now looking to go for the throat here. Viper's Clan, like you mentioned, they have found some sort of lifeline to hang on, and they're really trying to push the tempo here, Asarai. But so far, you know what we haven't really seen? Or at least not in volume?
Yeah.
A Killjoy lockdown. You would think they'd be a little more active too in terms of orb control, because they do have that Killjoy. They do have that initiation capacity. But they're not. So, once again, an interesting conundrum that Viper's Clan are dealing with at the moment.
That's the problem, right? Is it feels like the Killjoy utility is just so well bypassed by LFS that even if there is a lot of lockdowns, it feels like it doesn't have the same impact as it were in any other game possibly. Anyways,
I understand.
yeah, slay them, just quick use of utility. Here is a bit of commotion, kerfuffle outside of B Garage, and he backs away smartly for it.
That's it. He's getting his mallet. That's for the OGs out there. But look at this. Viper's Clan going for something that they have been going on about since map 1 here. They will try to go for a very, very heavy contact play towards Abaddon Abyss. But no, they go for orb control. I like it. I like it a lot. What? Exotic. Where did he come from?
You
The
will
West
not
gets
kill
that
my
anti-flag
ally.
going. The Rez is also going to provide so much value here. Rababs, despite him wanting to stay, can't necessarily find any avenue. And Abaddon, they're so close to taking that lockdown away. They have now found themselves just in a more passive position as Viper's Clan, once again, sinking their
planted.
fangs
They're gonna go
into
for
the
Res.
site. They have to, right?
There it is. 5v4 too. It's 3 players already just hunkered down onto B. The quick swing. Look at the blades, the flashes. That was perfect timing. I don't know who flashed who, but that worked so well in the favor of Viper's Clan. Now Rababs
One enemy
is gonna have to
remaining.
get closer and closer, but it's gonna get denied.
Last
Asta.
player standing.
No way.
Okay, all right. Oh, it's
Oh
planted
my
for there,
gosh.
but the Rolling Thunder. And it's gonna hit. Oh, it hit so beautifully. Oh, and Wes. He just played Asta like an absolute fiddle.
Fiddle.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm getting a fiddle. But Viper's Clan, I am just really excited to see that they're really building this from the ground up, this comeback. Once again, it could look so dangerous there with Z-Black
Enemy
being
remaining. One enemy
dangerously
remaining.
effective at trying to take that lockdown away.
Last player
Asta though being a thief. Nearly could have gotten away with that, but the recognition to just burn that Rolling Thunder just to get another round on the board is something to really commend on the side of Viper's Clan. Seems that they're finally getting something going here, but Kintaro, like you mentioned, that gap is so dangerous, Astray. As long as he doesn't move forward, but he does. But he tries to get greedy with the space, and now the team is paying for it. Exotic trying to back out, but Aeon's ever so reliable. Gets that trade. Rababs, still a thief in the night. Using that hat and using his head to demolish and dissect Viper's Clan, and it's suddenly yet another doldrum, Asurai.
Yo, you gotta give credit to V-Black's dark cover there. It is so well timed and so well placed that the isolation is so much more felt here. Like, he just positioned that so he could isolate Aeon. Oh, that is a paranoia for the ages as it blinds everybody from Viper's Clan. Oh, dear indeed.
Match point.
They might not be known as the Abaddon Abyss roster anymore, but they put Viper's Clan into the hole, into the abyss, into the black hole. And boy, do they just get basically lost in the infinity of it all. Oh my god, what a paranoia.
And what do they see at the event horizon here for at least Viper's Clan? Because it is looking super bleak. It looks like they're about to be consumed by the darkness of space. Of course, by Abaddon here, by the LFS squad. But once again, they have composure. They've really showed that on Haven. Can they replicate? But Shintaro really try to push the tempo here, Asurai. We saw the merits of that in some situations, but really it's not been a net positive investment for them because there's just that lag time that Abaddon have been abusing. Exotic going for a one-and-done corner here. Slay them still holding down the God angle. And will get traded out as Asta is too quick. And now they're completely blind, and Abaddon, they're ready to put Viper's Clan to sleep. They are ready with the anti-venom. And that's it. The pit exposed, the Vipers defanged. Abaddon, LFS, however you want to call them, take the series convincingly 2-0.
Yeah, and the antidote found in this struggle of a second map for both teams, to be honest. Like as you mentioned, that second part of before the winning round, the winning round for LFS here, it looked like Viper's Clan was bringing it back. 8-13, not too bad from what we kind of saw with this one. And again, bringing it back to Aeons, to Ichi Solo, the heroics from these two, giving chance, right? Possibly a hope for Viper's Clan. Unfortunately, its solo play isn't enough at this point, especially against LFS, who just played everything so beautifully. Yes, there were some kind of rounds where they would scratch their heads, but when it worked out, look at just how well they execute.
Exactly. And on the side of Viper's Clan, I think they do have glimpses of what could make a team great. Again, the composure is one of the biggest cornerstones for them, and just their ability to try and group up first to have a cleaner execute, but at times it just felt like they were going into a site or going into a retake one at a time. You did mention Aeons has kept this team afloat, as well as some standout moments on the side of Ichi Solo, but they really have to function better as a unit for them to break through the mold. Have no fear though, Viper's Clan fans. There is still lower bracket, I believe. That is going to put LFS, Abaddon, already into our official circuit, if I'm not mistaken, Asurai.
I need to also double check that. I got so mixed up into things that, yeah, exactly, that I totally forgot what was happening right now. But I think you are right, because the thing is, right, compared to last split, is instead of 2 open qualifier teams, we actually have 4 that will be getting into. Yeah, exactly. So I think you are absolutely right. They are now qualified. Any case, of course, delivering the win with the Grab Unlimited, it is LFS's Asta.
No surprise here. The second ace of our second split. And a standout performance overall. Well-placed flashes all across the board. And once again, we did have a few issues of where he would position or what would be optimal at some certain points in time. But it did seem like whatever they did, at least on the side of Abaddon, was just the correct read. And again, there was a 3-round stretch where Viper's clan had some sort of semblance of fight, but it was just quickly dealt with after that pause.
So right now, we still have the lower bracket for Viper's clan to play around with, although I'm unsure who they're going to be fighting against, whether it's Zol Esports or SR Nakage. So the 3 teams, actually 5 teams that we still have here before we get into break, that haven't qualified yet is Boss G KDM, Rambutan ni Tatay, we got Zol Esports, we got SR Nakage, and of course we still have Viper's clan. And as I mentioned, 4 teams from the Open Qualifiers will be participating in Split 2. So just check your tournament website, guys, to clarify all of that. Anyways, we're going to go on a break. When we get back, it's the second series, Boss G KDM versus Rambutan ni Tatay.
Oh, you. Hello, hello. Like check 1 2. I don't. This is me talking normally. This is me speaking to Raf, complaining about my audio, even though I'm not at Claire's place. Now I'm getting louder and louder, and we're talking about Rambutan ni Tatay. I love Rambutan. They're like spiky. Sipin mo. If the Rambutan gets on your face, it goes all. That's me. Thank you. I don't. Yeah.
Jacob. Okay. Mic test 1 2 3. Mic test. Hello and welcome here to KDM versus RNT, the hype game of the day. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Dax Ball, and today we are jabsing. Yay. Man. Tapos I'll mute and then tell like, okay, good na ako. Like,
Let's go. Yep.
we good. Wait.
He's gone, and he's back, and he has returned on camera to the surprise of many. Grand entrance there for Black and Blue, but an even grander day for today here at VCTPH Split 2. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, upper bracket of the Open Qualifier. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and come on, dude, we just witnessed the former Abaddon Abyss squad make it back to the regular season. But this time around, we got some big names coming up for us. We got Boshi Kadiliman versus... Drum roll, please! Give me a drum roll. Give me a drum roll. The best team name we have seen this side of the PH, Rambutan ni Tatay.
Of all the things we could have gone with, first of all, I swear to God, I saw like 40 seconds left on that timer, but okay, blame me. Sorry. That's good for Abaddon Abyss, right? The team that we did see really surprised us coming in at the end of last split during the playoffs. Barely qualified into that playoffs, and now finally they qualify back into Split 2. But this is the team that, or maybe the matchup that a lot of people are looking out for. You have Kadiliman here in name, although there really is one guy in that totem pole that we know who has a large following and is also part of that original Kadiliman squad. And you look at Rambutan ni Tatay, the name itself maybe not as familiar, but the players definitely so.
Absolutely. Maybe let's talk about... Do you want to talk about this seriously first? Or the other side first? Okay, let's talk about this seriously first. Truth be told, you look at Boshi Kadiliman, and we start, of course, with, let's say, as their captain. We have Narpim there, old face, you know, that controller role has always been part of the community and has been a pillar of the success of VALORANT PH as a whole. But of course, guys, if you want to check out the broadcast, we are live both on English and Filipino. Twitch.tv/Valorant_PH for the English side, Facebook.com/Valorant Esports PH on the Filipino side. But either way, we're gonna say Rambutan ni Tatay in Filipino because that's their team name. That's a great name, and it's full of all-stars that you mentioned are Black and Blue. Honestly, I look at this squad right now, and I see so many familiar faces, kinda akin to what we saw last season with Sky Empire and Action PH.
Yes, but this one seemed to be a bit less serious coming into this by name especially. Now, let's talk about this team and as a name as a whole, right? You got here Ching and Josh S. from that RNT roster in the past. You know, they had some experience playing on over in the SA circuit, and then after kind of, I guess, leaving that team or joining this one, they thought to, hey, why don't we keep the acronym? Why don't we keep the initials, but just change it on out? So from RNT, that's where they got this name, Rambutan ni Tatay. But then you have Mark L. We know where he came from. The Talon roster has tried out the many different SEA scenes. It's also a very big part of the community. Eugene S., who we've seen have VCT experience as well. Then you got Hot Sauce of that Brents and Macho fame. So there's really lots to go around this team alone. But I mean, there's a Kadiliman side to talk about still.
Yeah, Kadiliman, on the other hand, we talked about Narpim, but let's look at the other players of that roster. And one person we looked immediately seeing this roster right now has to be Yort, formerly from that Militant Esports squad. He also played in the South Asian scene, and he's one of the newest members of the Kadiliman roster. Narpim told me he has just been there for a single week, and he's already been doing amazing. Let's move over to the other guys. We got Chet, we got Savano, and Chani Boy. A few months of experience from teams like Minesti, teams like Carty, teams like Solo Q, really just climbing up that community scene. But they have been impressive, especially under the guidance of a familiar coach to you as well there, Black and Blue.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, to have that backing behind them assuredly will give them so much more benefit. We're looking at the stats, and actually there's not too much to really be too concerned with. Not the biggest sample size, but we've got some numbers to go off of. Haven, to start things off, is a very curious one here, coming from Rambutan ni Tatay. Looking at how, especially the last few games so far here for KDM, they're pretty good on it. And to play against Rambutan ni Tatay on a map that, well, Rambutan ni Tatay have yet to lose, that could be a good sign for him.
Yeah, I'll say for both sides, Haven is already a good map. It's such a, I'd say, tipping point sometimes. Like, do you know how to play Haven? It's a kind of heat check. And in all honesty, in games for Kadiliman versus Jopay and Zol Esports, they were incredible at it. Same case there for Rambutan and Tatay. SR Nakaged Limitless, pretty much the same, almost the same scoreline as well, and how they took their last 2 series so far. Icebox though is where I see for Rambutan and Tatay that there can be a little bit of that aggression, because we've seen a clip of them having incredible communication on Twitter. It was a lot of screaming, a lot of shouting, and a lot of killing. And especially with that chamber composition into play, if they do run that, it seems like there's so much energy for the Rambutan ni Tatay squad that's what they're able to play off each other's energy and play together moving forward.
I mean, the name alone screams and suggests that, right? We're going into Fracture, and we have yet to really see Boss G KDM play on that Fracture map, but you touched upon it a while ago, right? They have that coaching back behind him. By the way, dispenser, yes, of Team Secret fame. Now we drop the name, and very, very rightfully so, because I think that's part of the biggest reason why this team, who have a few names that are relatively unknown, have gotten this far. You have those, a bit more vets like Narpim, Yort. Yes, you have some of the players from the MNST, but ultimately enough, we haven't really seen them achieve the same heights that the players on the opposing side here, players like Ching, Josh S, and Hot Sauce, have achieved in the past. So I think while there might be an underdog in this match, it's not going to be as clear-cut and defined as you might think.
Yeah, it really feels like for Kadiliman, they are facing off against All-Stars on the other side. But then again, you look at their last 2 matchups, no slouches whatsoever. Zol Esports was that former... Which one was that? SR Nakage. Yes, SR Nakage squadron that got kind of like half and half picked up by the Zol Esports squadron. And you saw how effective they were during the off-season. On the other hand, their next opponent in Jopay, those are the likes of Fire Saiyajin, Beats, Himiko, some really old names from the VCT scene. So this has just not been that kind of lucky run because they had an easy bracket. No, they faced off against some of the stronger talent right now here in the Open Qualifier. I dare say that the matchup, and especially the bat between Kadiliman as well as Rambutan and Tatay, this was the harder route compared to the other side that we had earlier on. And it is a bit of a shame that one will drop down to a lower bracket between Kadiliman and Rambutan and Tatay, but it really will just be that kind of point of contention. Who is the better team moving forward, and who is more prepared for especially the serious official circuit?
Well, I'm glad that there is a lower bracket at this point, Dax, because I want to see both of these teams qualify, really. It's been a year since we've seen the Kadiliman brand back on the VCT, and everybody knows when you have teams like Kadiliman back in the VCT, that's when the VCT feels the best. So hope for their sake they can do good things here, but of course it is Rambutan ni Tatay that we are expecting, I think, to come up across this match and come up above them. There is just so much more tenure and experience-wise and achievement-wise in the past of what they've done, but this is a new era, a new team, and a new year, a new stage as well for them to try and prove it all. We're going into Haven. As you talked about, Dax, it's a very curious map. It can go 100 or 0 a lot of times. We have yet to see Rambutan ni Tatay lose on this map on the 2 maps they've played. A bit more varied results from the Kadiliman squad as of recent when it comes to Haven, but still a reliable one. 13-9, 13-7 against, as you said, very difficult opponents in that Jopay and Zol squad.
Yeah, and you look at the composition that they run also. It's always a pleasure to get Narpim back on his Omen. I remember back in the day, where is Narpim? And then the second question was, can he play something other than Omen? Learned how to play that Astra. He did move on back to, I'd say, more of that streamer role after a while. And then the cool Kadiliman SR Nakage split happened, and that was a whole different debacle over the past few years. But him being back here to effectively spearhead the team and still be that stability point for the squad really goes to show how much maturity he's learned all throughout the I'd say the years, and it really proves to us that there is that grind that happens elsewhere, not just through his streaming, but at the same time that he's getting better at the game alongside some of these young talents that he's able to, I'd say, help out, give them more exposure, and play to a really good level. And this level have brought them to the VCTPH field. They're here right now here for Kadiliman, and on the other side, Rambutan ni Tatay. I don't know where to start, honestly.
When will you start saying that with a straight face? I don't think I can.
Okay, first things first. Since we have a bit of time, and I quote Asurai. Apparently their logo is supposed to be an abstraction of a Rambutan. I don't know how.
Have a logo?
I don't think we can show it on stream.
No, I've seen it. In
Yeah,
the group chat. I don't think is that the one?
I don't think we can like just show it on my phone real quick. I think that will get our stream canceled real quick
You
there.
should just put a fruit, a straight
Yeah.
up rambutan.
Dude, I wish I had a rambutan right now and be like,
Do
this
you
is...
know what rambutan is in English?
No, go ahead.
Apparently there isn't.
No,
Some
man.
sort there's a scientific name though, Nephelium lapacinum. Wow.
So what do you call your father? What's your father's scientific name? I don't know where I'm going with this.
Nephelium faderium.
Yeah. And well, Raph told me to say I am not part of this. He is already trying to wash his hands off all of Azrai's thoughts about this team name. But then again, you know, there's also one thing about Rambutan and Tatay. You look at the squad right now, and they've actually been playing, some of them are, in these Twitch community tournaments of streamers. And they've been incredible. I know they have one pending over the weekend right now. They had one a few weeks back, and I think that they won between Hot Sauce and whatnot. But a player like Mark L especially, let's talk about him. He's one of, honestly, the hottest free agents this side of the Twitch community. Everyone who's anyone on the Twitch side vouches for this guy. And you mentioned a while ago, having that Talent Esports roster experience, he has been super strong in any kind of role that he plays in. And speaking of, he's on that killjoy right now as we are moving into Haven. So it's time for us to get started with the first map, ladies and gentlemen. Rambutan, Tatay on the attacking side, Kadaliman on the defense. And to no real surprise, these are going to be the comps that we're going to get. Ching going to be back on that signature Sova, Narpim on the signature Omen. It really feels like it's very feel at home for both of these teams here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, and you got Le Magician there, who is Eugene S. Back on that signature Jet. We saw that on the Sky Empire roster last time around during Stage 1, and what a hot hand he has been. But you touched upon Markel, and yeah, he's one of those free agents really who you've been waiting for. Where will he be picked up? He's had that experience with Talon, as you said, and maybe the achievements of what he has personally done has not been as high up there as some of the other players, but you can see in his raw gameplay sometimes that there is a lot going behind this player, behind such a young talent, both, you know, just not just mechanically, but also just game sense wise, a lot of smart plays, and that's what this team has in spades. A lot of very smart players. One thing you cannot deny about whatever those the players who were on those teams in the past last year, players like Hot Sauce, players like Josh S, and Ching, is that even though maybe they weren't able to make championship level, they were absolutely so cerebral and so mechanical in a lot of the, you know, the situations they were put in. And when you look at it and you put this roster together, you have to think there is some potential behind this team.
You think it's all memes, but it's not. There is a method to the madness. There is a dream, and there's a reality right now that this squad can go the distance, truth be told. No matter what Ching posts about all the things about his team right now, they are good for a reason. They are here for a reason, and the pedigree says it all. We go back to Markel. How many regions has he played in so far? He's played MYSG. He's played PH. I believe he's played South Asia too, technically, in other VCT, non-VCT tournaments. And now he's back here to effectively where he belongs. Hot Sauce, he retired for a bit, but the call for competition and the call to make a picture like this, you know, it's always something. And you know we're gonna get into the game, and straight up, Eugene S. Magic made happen versus York. Narpin with a trade, and to begin the action, we immediately get the 2-for-2 trade here. It's Rambutan and Tatay just having rather the advance to go the distance and go in there, Black and Blue.
Well, a hairy situation here for Rambutan and Tatay. 3v3. And that splits up the defense. There's a lot more lanes for them to worry about here on a map like Haven, and so it's up to Kadaliman to be able to really divert their attention. But they're going and committing, re-hitting here towards B, it seems, where Rambutan and Tatay could be ready. They pull back instead.
And at the very least, Kadaliman maybe shell-shocked at the beginning here. As soon as they saw the action there from Rambutan and Tatay, they did hold back though. That's one of the beautiful things. We saw Narpim holding down the line. And speaking of now, Kadaliman moving towards the seaside. Hot Sauce though, perfect taps towards Chet to begin with. Moves over to the logs, and we get the fault line now played out here by KDM. Channy Boy trying to find the opening, and it still gets a takedown out the Hot Sauce anyway. Channy Boy with the kills. It's 2v2 now, but the backside held together and will stay together because of Mark L. It will be the defense winning the first round.
Well, Rambutan and Tatay able to hold it down in the opening pistol round. Big round as well to keep that in, considering how the opening engagement went, right? Narpim quick on the trade. The fact that they were able to still get those trades going, even with that star, that Gravity Well pulling them on in, shows that they're always formidable. But RNT, just a better read on that defense to hold the C site.
Yeah, they were ready for it in a way. Still not as fast as Rambutan and Tatay at the beginning. But from that point on, it was still RNC able to regroup towards that C site and hold down the defense at the back. For now, though, it's Eugene S again. Over onto B site here, playing towards D. Middle. Narpim just on the inside of the window, actually, here. And Kadiliman looking for small bits of opportunity thanks to utility. Markel backing on away. Has already a Phantom in hand here.
Yeah, wants to leave nothing up to chance. Make sure they have every advantage available, especially against his KDM squad. But slow down the pace here. And much in contrast to, I think, what we could have expected or might have expected coming into this game. It's on a fast-paced, all-around shooter. No, they're playing this slow and tactically.
I think it's because of that beginning. The swing does come, though, from KDM. Trying to coordinate with Lem Magician. Eugene S. 2 for his troubles. Hot Sauce is there, too. And Kadiliman, I'm really liking the discipline we're seeing right now. Especially the fact that from Rambutan and Tatay, they started off this map so very quickly. They're just trying to at least change the pace of the game, but Eugene S is having none of it. 3 for him, so Vano at least makes the trade happen. Should be able to pick up the Marshall now, but from this point on, the flag comes through from Josh S. It's just Rambutan and Tatay so prepared for this, and they will get the takedown to get the round again.
Yeah, quick and easy, mostly clean. The fact that they have 4 up remaining, when you invest that much into your second round, you want to have a high player count at the end of that second round to come into the third and have a much more winnable bonus. Otherwise, you know, that investment that you have can be something that could kind of hurt you out in the end. So, Kadiliman, let's see how they play their attacking round. They do have this comp that does favor more of a hard hit with that breach on the opposing side as well, especially with the Omen to supplement that instead of the Astra. And I want to see that come in on the attack.
Yeah, we see what Savannah can do with the utility behind them. And speaking of now, fault line catches out Eugene S. Into the corner we go. Dart, though, already they're exposing the opposition, but Hot Sauce holds it down towards A-Long anyway. Hot Sauce, pretty spicy now, even more so. Extra hot and extra ready. The Asher gets a quad. The Lurk now might be read here by Mark L as Chet tries to wade through that B-side. This is dangerous, though. Rambutan and Tatay, they found the call and they find the targets. 3-0, a bonus cleanly done.
A quick stop here by Rambutan and Tatay, and Hot Sauce, man, just spraying them on through. And that's what I talked about. When you have a lot of players still alive at the end of that second round, you have such a much more winnable chance of winning that bonus, especially with the Phantom they bought up anyways. And the Star, the amount of utility they have here on the defense, to be able to re-smoke that A lobby, cut off that sightline, just gave Hot Sauce so much more of a fighting chance here to isolate these fights. That's why he gets a 4K.
That's classic Hot Sauce behavior. Classic Rambutan ni Tatay behavior. Eventually, we'll stop chuckling saying this name, because if this is the performance they bring to the regular season, you know how fearful you have to be. Eugene Esto, high octane yet again, but shit, eventually gets the target down. Kadiliman, that's a good start. The Blade Storm falls, but Ching has a plan. Holding on to short here. Got Hot Sauce on the site yet again. Dash in now by Savano. Kadiliman trying to play on the opposite end though. But Hot Sauce does it one more time.
Again.
3 for him. He's just getting these multi-kills right now here, Black and Blue.
Nothing's stopping him so far against his eco as well. Able to farm up and get his ult going early. That's a good thing to have. Spike drop down. Difficult scenario here for Kadiliman. In 2v3. Maybe if they can find a pickoff, they can dismantle this hold, but this is going to be difficult, Dax.
Yeah, there you have it. Chef found the pickoff earlier on. Can he do it yet again? Narpim moving towards short as well. Josh S. He has a strong position right now as he breaks the Nano Swarm. Narpim finding Mark Eldo, so Kadiliman slowly but surely just finding small tidbits of information, and it leads those pixel takedowns. That's the beauty right now of the Kadiliman discipline. I never expected I'd say those two words together, but here we go again. Cheto tries to at least get the frag, had the timing, but couldn't get the shot going. It's low left though to Narpim. He found the gun at the very least. He still has a fighting chance in a 1v2. Crossfire set, and Hot Sauce is ready again. It's 4-0 and another 4K for Hot Sauce.
4-0, a double 4-0 for Hot Sauce in the round. 10 kills already coming into this. And you love to see it from your Astra. Back and forth. Look at that. The Aimlabs monster himself. You know, at the end of last year, when that Bren roster dissolved and he announced his kind of, I guess, offline activation, retiree really, if anything, from the competitive scene, I was like, that's sad to see, because this man is just a talent that could be international class.
Yeah, and honestly, it was more so, I'd say, efforts outside of esports, especially his work back then, getting a bit in the way. But now, he's found that balance. And we talked about a while ago, him finding some success in those streamer tournaments. And now he is here. I think it's just really a matter of how these guys have found time and found the moment to play with each other. This Rambutan and Tatay roster is no joke whatsoever. The way especially that they're playing. And you can see the triple stack right now being scouted out here by Kadiliman. On the other hand though, over onto the window, you got Check keeping an eye out. I like the reposition here from Ching. Knows at least maybe that heaven position can help them out.
I mean, make no mistake, if you're an org looking for a team, this Rambutan Tatay squad could be one of those to look out for. But Savano, that's the opening pick they needed finally here. The hard hit to come on in as they got two holding the site.
Yeah, stellar punish there against the operator. And now it's Kadiliman trying to go over to cross side. Savannah with another one. The opening made here by KDM. They just pick their moments here so well. And they find the timing. Plant now comes on down. Kadiliman making it finally to a post-plant scenario. And Rambutan ni Tatay, they have to play towards the link instead. Paranoia being primed here by Narpim. Getting ready for Mark L to Ching to swing their way. Shot rings. But this is such a difficult scenario here for Rambutan Tatay. I believe they have an operator in hand. So it's gonna be even harder right now. And through the smoke, he finds Hot Sauce. The guessing game works out for Channy Boy. That will be the save call here for Rambutan ni Tatay. And Kadiliman gets on the board here.
You know what's smart? This team, you can tell that Kadiliman, they were down those 4 rounds, and Savano especially, knowing there's a breach on the other side, he doesn't just simply bum rush the back of the site, no. He tries to bait out that fault line, and once it is burned, that's when he commits to it. Markel, good for the 2. Holds on to the rifle for the meantime, but it's Kadiliman who finally take a round here off of a really great opening pick to drop that op early. Gave them so much more worth.
And Kadiliman, you've seen them slowly but surely try to find those pixel angles, small openings, effectively made how they move. It can get punished if Rambutan and Tatay does catch it out earlier on, but in the middle of the round, especially when they cut noise so quickly, it's KDM who effectively has that element of surprise. And it's not too obvious because we can see everything on our perspective. But just the way that they're trying to remove that intel from Rambutan and Tatay, make sure that they can actually catch them off guard. It's been one of the strengths here from KDM so far, and they finally get rewarded for it after the 5th round. But Le Magician, well, that's Eugene S and his bag of tricks. Goodbye to Savano. That's the one weakness if you're playing it slowly.
Well, that's a good thing here about them saving the op, right? Allows them to utilize that further. Oh, he spots ahead and gets another off of Yort.
A game of whack-a-mole there, and Eugene S just looks so comfy right now on that jet roll. We talked about it back then with Sky Empire. What is up with the role swaps? Who's going to be playing what? Especially when you have a talent like Kelly S that could play the same thing. But eventually Eugene S falls now to the hand of Check. Crossfire being set here by the side of KDM. And Channy Boy and Chet, they want to actually get in there. Josh S on the other side, though, still with Ching. And look at how stifling Rambutan Tatay's defense is, and they line up for Mark L. Easy pickings for Mark L. It's a Mark dub in my book. 5-1, Rambutan ni Tatay yet again.
You know, he should have changed his name a long time ago. And maybe some better results would come swinging his way, but Eugene S here. There's lots of players with an S at the end of their name. Using his alt, but doesn't seem to have any ego, rather alter ego of where he is, because he's still the Eugene S we know, landing crazy shots like that.
Hey, look at the timeout. Who called the timeout? Who's that guy?
Oi!
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 Oi! I know that guy.
Isn't that the idol?
The god amongst all killjoys. KDM dispenser. But yeah, that's one thing to really talk about. We can see for Kadiliman that they have a lot more discipline right now as a younger roster because they have such a veteran coaching them. In the meantime, it's just the talent, I'd say, for Rambutan and Tatay, what they're using right now. The frag potential is insane from RNC over and over again. You look at these players, you look how strong that they can just chain kills. And in all honesty, when I see a roster between Hot Sauce, as well as Ching together, if they get hot individually, it will spread like wildfire between everyone else, and it's been the factor that's given them such an advantage moving forward.
What do you mean? Hot sauce is already hot. Look at his name.
Oh yeah, that's true. You got me there.
Yeah, spicy action, right? Coming into this, Kadaliman struggling on the attacking side, the favored side on Haven of all things. But they got the Rolling Thunder here in the lockdown to switch things up. My question is, the Cosmic Divide here can be used to try and dissuade that from being applied immediately, but they can also use it for the retake. I think RNT are going to go for the latter.
Oh, look, Narpim though, he's playing towards heaven already! And Eugene S didn't expect that one coming. Kadalima now setting up a play and knocking it down. Narpim still on the high ground, causing the distraction. And it's KDM right now with the angle isolation. They find Rambutan ni Tatay, and they're able to pluck them out one by one. KDM on a roll this time. It's all up to Mark L now.
Clutch situation for him to be in. That's a shot ring out, so now they know where he's coming from, assuredly. The one way is going to make it even more difficult. This has to be a save for Markel. I mean, they have economy to go for this and maybe hurt a bit of Kadaliman's, but no. There's a second round, and great for Kadaliman because they don't even have to burn the ultimates in that. The fact that they only had to use that from the shadows off of Narpim gave them so much more to continuously win these rounds.
Yeah, that's a classic Narpim play. Make a play out of the From the Shadows. It's a signature pick for good reason. And the beauty of the coordination we've seen from Kadaliman is that they can play off that. As soon as he was there on Heaven, there was pressure towards Start, there was pressure towards Long. This is a team that has more pro experience, honestly, rather than streamers than everyone expects from the team name itself. So KDM right now showing that they can fight here.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen many different iterations of the Kadaliman brand and of a roster from them. And this one is no different. They want to make things happen. They want to make a splash, as that original one has. And really, they're not filling any boots. They're not filling any shoes. They're making some of their own here as they march on towards A. There's a lot of the defense set up, though, for RNT to repel this.
Yeah, they're not here because of clout. They're here for merit, in all honesty. And if you look at the names, it's just really Narpim right now. I'm not too sure if Super MJ is in this roster officially because he's focusing on the studies right now, but maybe we'll see him later down the line. Speaking of, Eugene S playing towards the crates, yet again looking to at least find KDM, but it's so effective how KDM is cutting this noise. Eventually though, Rolling Thunder's the play, bounces up Eugene S, but Savannah find him, sees the dash out right now. Smoke's gonna be into play. Interesting cloud burst there, throws it over to at least anticipate perhaps a dart or two. But the Hunter's Fury now the call, and Kat Lehman getting on site. Lockdown though, broken chain getting to take down the Savannah. Narpim gets one, but it's still Rambutan ni Tatay on site and fighting. The action collapses for Rambutan ni Tatay's favor, and they hold down the line to win out the round.
And the attacking lockdown placed by Kadaliman just goes really unutilized, as it was a bit too late in that case. The fact that Ching as well dropped down from the heaven to go unchecked for that long to get 2 kills, that was huge. That allowed RNT to have someone else be focused on and let them push on in. He goes and drops this, no one checking him, not until it was too late. And that chaos he was able to really ensue just was more than enough for RNT to take that backside control and take the site.
Yeah, chaotic energy is just what Rambutan ni Tatay thrives in. And we hear now the Hunter's Fury immediately to call. Seems like though no targets really spotted, and Eugene S is just so ambitious right now with his up here. Always going for the aggression and looking to catch out anyone off guard.
Oh, good intuition there to spam that. They're doing some damage. Not enough to get the kill. Rolling Thunder still available here for lockdown. The 2 big lockdown ultimates they have on RNT are available, and that's going to be a problem for Kadaliman knowing they're going towards B.
And there we have it now. KDM though gets the scan going. They know Mark else towards the corner. And the aftershock and the Rolling Thunder. Rambutan ni Tatay. They were in committed positions. They tried to play aggression now, but Channy Boy through the smoke even will find that kill along the way. Ching though, he gets the ding onto 2. Aggression yet again from Rambutan ni Tatay. They bring the fight to the aggressors, but Yort of course can hold it down. 2v2 now, and look at the flag potential here from Eugene S. A matter of time against Che perhaps, but the turret gets the spot.
Oh, they're split though, the defense, which means Kadaliman, either way they go, it's going to be a 1v2 in their favor. If you can play the trades right, they should be able to secure a plant here, but Markel gets immaculate timing on this potentially. They're coming towards short, and a bit of trigger discipline could gain him the round.
Yeah. Here we go again. Mark L committed corner, and they will easily fall to his hand. Mark L was ready, and you gotta pay attention. Rambutan ni Tatay looking to run away with this.
I mean, he pulled the trigger immediately, but that was more than enough for him of an advantage and a surprise to catch him off guard. And KDM here struggling on this attacking side, not a great sign, even though RNT aren't necessarily always being able to get full value out of the op. The mere fact that there's that threat here for Kadalima to deal with shakes up their play. They can't just simply dry peek everything. You can see them be just a bit less confident than you would expect.
Confidence though is all over the place here for Rambutan ni Tatay, and again, they just like to stack some of these sites early on and look to play off that factor. Immediately, we had 4 towards that A site, and the long and short control vied for by Ching as well as Hot Sauce respectively. Garage though being taken here by Kadaliman. They scout it out, they know Ches on the lurk, and they want to punish that big pick to start things off, but Rambutan ni Tatay so active around the map yet again.
Rambutan ni Tatay, don't mistaken it. Ching, quick shot here in New York on these eco frags. Have all been clean, yet to lose. A thrifty against him. Oh, that's a great shot from Channy Boy. That gains him an advantage a bit more on this fight. And he's landed the second here to bring it to a 3v2 at the very least.
Yeah, good shooting at least here from Kadaliman, but the damage has already been done because of that lobby aggression. And as it stands, you can feel how committed this is for KDM yet again. If they try to go back, you got Mark L on the lurk. If they move forward, it's that stack there, especially that you have that breach in position to help out Eugene S towards that long angle. One fault line can make it easy. The smoke though gonna be in the way, at least Kadaliman making space for themselves.
Yeah, and they retrieve the rifles to try and fight this a bit better. The fact that there's a flank though, it's seemingly looking like KDM is unaware of this to plant. Struggling to get that down even secure. There's just so much utility being thrown out here. Channy Boy gets a huge pick on Eugene S, but Markel from that flank is going to be the nail potentially, unless Snarpim can come out with a quick kill. Where he gets the one, not on the second. Markel shuts him down, and how close it came.
That was a chance there for Kadaliman, but Rambutan ni Tatay keeping it in a distance. And speaking of, they set up a bit of a crossfire. Kadaliman wanted to isolate those duels later on. The time, of course, really being such a factor. And we see it so many times. Rambutan ni Tatay willing to take the map away from Kadaliman. So many choices on the map like Haven. It's honestly only one choice with how RNT plays the mid-round.
Time for a field test.
And how RNT have been playing that mid-round have been pretty good, although that shouldn't have been as close as it did in the end there. Just great shots being landed here by Kadaliman, but let's see if they can come back into this. 4 to 8 wouldn't be terrible, but not ideal either.
Yeah, it's a big recovery here for Kadaliman, and especially from how we've seen RNT play, they're going to be even happier to go over to the attacking side, but still hope there's still a chance with the guns in hand. Josh S though, a breach in a position like that, you know they're setting up to catch out anyone who plays towards mid. A good call though for KDM to go for A site instead.
Well, that call could be the right one here, as it's, for the most part, undefended. Yes, they'll be aware once the hit comes on in, but nobody really anchoring the site. Free for them to take, and a free plant, but it's a post plant here that remains to be seen how effective it will be, knowing that there's also a flank coming in from the RNT defense.
That was so close though for Kadaliman. I believe that could have been the killjoy caught out there by Markel as well as Josh S. And speaking of now, long control is there. So the swing comes and it's a matter of timing truly. Trigger discipline perhaps from the killjoy. Speaking of, it's Markel ready with a 3 ace for himself. Ching with a takedown. Eventually Che does get the frag that we've been looking for. Search, seek, destroy. Che gets 2. Time running out here for KDM though, and it's all up to Che right now. The swing comes, the peak is there, and Ching just jumps in to get that takedown. RNT, no hesitation, and that's why they won that round there.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that you saw that double flank come in there from Ching and Markel, and the fact that they didn't hesitate gave them just a perfect timing to be able to round those corners without Che being able to catch him off. You see Markel tuck himself here towards the end, towards where Wine would be, and then you see Ching go right around towards A main, and because of that, you saw that they wanted to get that flank off on the Markel and Ching from that short, from that A lobby, but they simply weren't exposed to it, making sure that they only had to focus on one angle.
Yeah, it's just a matter of micromanagement right now for R&D. Put themselves in good positions quickly, and there you have it. Even more pristine. It's Eugene with the first blow with the operator. Dashes on the way because of the rolling thunder, but R&T so prepared right now. The lockdown into play. The push comes from KDM. They're bringing the fight towards Rambutan and Tatay, and Channy Boy chains too. Hot Sauce though still ready to fight on back. It's Mark L there keeping the momentum alive. And Che again, left in a 1v2 slate, already spotted by the alarm bot. Ugh. Speaking of cover right now here, we got the Cosmic Divide into play. Might be a little interesting as it cuts a bit of that noise. Hot Sauce and Mark L, they move over to the corner. And it's Che again who has to come up with these big frags. He tried a while ago to time it right versus Rambutan and Tatay, but the timing itself and the kills keep going in favor of RNC. They're stacking towards the platform right now. Markel in cover. Hot Sauce though spotted. Half a minute left. With Che and Markel in a 1v1 scenario.
Yep.
Just is the better angle and the better shots for the defense. 10-2, the mythical scoreline continues for RNC.
That was looking pretty close for a moment there for Kadaliman when Che was able to get, you know, a few of those kills. Rather, when Shani was able to get a few of those kills right here on that spray down from the re-entry on the retake coming on Rambutan and Tatay's side. I thought that could have been it. That could have been them really taking the site, but no, RNT. The mid-round decision-making, when the chaos comes on in, they don't seem to scramble. If anything, they just are so comfortable and so ready to deal with the uncomfortable.
Yeah, they're so prepared for whatever comes their way. And truth be told, it's been the case since the beginning of the game. Get out of the gates as hot as possible. And the fire lit here for Rambutan and Tatay. Wouldn't be surprised to see the same high-octane action now from RNC and KDM. They're gonna need to control that as soon as possible. That's the plan with the fault line. That's the plan with the Jets. But KDM backing away Savannah instead, waiting for contact and looking to fight Eugene S.
All right, damage being done here, but KDM, they're tagging up RNT as well, and they have to be able to try and, you know, pepper them a bit, season them before the real meat of the push comes on in. They've pulled back, looking to try and aggress towards B. There's some utility here to keep them at bay, or at least alert them of that presence. And now that just leaves the defense a bit more ready.
An appetizer of aggression, but then again, we move over to a different course in a different site. Mark L though spotted up and turned, flicks on over to Mark L, still finds the takedown. Can Mark L get another one done? Fault line now into play. Mark L's pushing, Mark L wants it, and Mark L will get it. 2 down already, opened up here by RNC. They will try to catch up Savannah, but Savannah's faster on the cross. 3 instead for him. Josh S looking to keep an eye out, does get the takedown now, and it's all about these crucial pistol shots. York though is there to keep an eye out towards the B side. Aftershock now to play. Channy Boy disengaging, and York through all of that lights will find the bright shot with him and get the takedown. KDM with that second pistol.
A crucial round there for God de Liman to be able to win, and that they do. The fact that once more they're able to season that bout before it really came to them helped their case on out. You saw how many fights there were won due to the low HP. Oh, this one could have been it. The turret could have secured Markel, but Savano, huge round for him to get those kills, holding on to the link. And that just allowed here the defense to be able to focus on the push.
And we talked about how KDM has really shifted over to having more and more of those players from the pro scene. And case in point, players like Savannah, players like Yorts, they have gotten that experience so far, even in the South Asian side and the Philippine scene itself. So there's a lot of work needed to be done here by KDM, but they put in the work before through the grind to make it here. And they do so yet again with the gun advantage now.
Well, these are the rounds they have to absolutely secure on the defensive side. Eugene S tagged already as a martial battle between him and Yort. Yort wins out with the armor.
Yeah, Yort is just one of those low-key players you really have to watch out for right now. He knows how to hit some stellar shots from great utility. KDM yet again just playing it pretty steady so far. They get that pick off, but they're happy to play for the retake if ever. They just want to make sure every other lurk potential angle is covered. And as it stands, they're now moving in such good unison towards that A site here.
They can move as a unit. RNT
Seconds left.
could overrun this, but the man count is just so much more here for Kadaliman. And that should be them shredding them down. Savano gets the one. It forces RNT to fall back instead. The defense here looking good.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Rambutan and Tatay actually lose a bit of their bluster there and through the smoke. Danny Boy, even at the end of the clip, he will find hot sauce. Just spills it all over. KDM flawlessly getting the round. And it's a 10-4 scoreline. Better signs here for KDM on the defense.
All right, good round for KDM. As you said, maybe this defensive side where they can kind of choose to retake or not, where they aren't pressed because of the time ticking against them. Maybe that's when they can play a bit better. They do have the Omen, which typically would be a bit more favored on that attacking side, but they get to play with the one-ways a bit more because of this, and maybe that's going to give them the edge or just the comfortability on the half that they might prefer.
Yeah, it's always a matter of comfort when you talk about Kadiliman, and speaking of now, they have to deal with the hard truth that Rambutan and Tatay are moving towards that seaside shed, though caught out there by Eugene S. Great setup by Josh S. one more time. And this is just the beginning of this round here, Black and Blue. Already you got Mark L on the lurk, on the flank, trying to get the angle and finds Channy Boy over onto the CT side too. The Blade Storm already dissuaded, but Savano, swift shot through, finds Eugene S. Mark L still in position though. He keeps going, he keeps staying, and he keeps killing. 3K for Mark L. Brings out the pistol even, and eventually the rifle round works for RNT. It's now 11 for them.
Yeah, relatively swift round here for RNT. I talked about the comfortability on the defense for Kadaliman, and looking at the stats now, it seems to be true. Defensive side, 72 win percent on the rounds compared to the 54 on attack, so there definitely is a bit more, not just comfortability, but they're just a bit more perceptive when it comes to playing on this defensive side. Yes, it was the bonus there, so they're not necessarily expected to win those rounds, but this one they have to absolutely do. Defending op coming out here now, and this has to be the game changer.
Yeah, game changer indeed, but did you see the score of Mark L right now? 24. He has 24 takedowns, and now the man who's been assisting him in many of those kills, Josh has, he gets a frag of his own. C-take yet again. Narf him though, playing towards the link to try to stay in a stable position as much as possible, but lockdown now will buy a lot of space here for RNT, and KDM, they will have to wait things out.
Kadaliman, man advantage not on their favor. Difficult to retake with an op as well. And a lot of times you might see teams go for it, maybe get a pick and then back off, try and go for a save. But with the round disparity so high, it's going to be difficult. Hot Sauce finds a follow-up on Channy Boy. And just, there is no real chance here for Kadaliman. They have to absolutely save, and that's what Savano does. As RNT quickly take match point on map 1.
Yeah, Hot Sauce was just in a position to punish anyone going after the likes of Mark L and towards that site. Didn't get checked there by KDM. Mark L now searching for the target. They know they can break the back of KDM if they can get this operator. And will they be gung-ho at it? Already Eugene S falls. Will be the round given to the side of RNC. Savannah with another one. Tries to go for the stylish shot. But as you said there, Black and Blue, he peeked and he died, and the op is gone now.
He probably thought he was going to get sandwiched from the stairs there, that someone was coming up, but hindsight is 2020. And that's a big round, a painful round for KDM to lose. They're going to force buy into this, yes, under defense with as much as they can, but it's not much to bring into a fight.
That's the problem right now here for KDM. They just, if they're gonna play the operator, they need to get the right read at the right time, or else Rambutan and Tatay, they're gonna steamroll, they're gonna snowball, and they're ready yet again to do the same thing. Eugene S will stop, but still, that's ice cold here versus Savano. Finds already takedown. York though getting in position, but Eugene S wants to fight still. Eventually KDM gets some good punishes on. They are pretty stable towards the side. Hot Sauce thinking about it. Spots out the jump peak there. Rolling Thunder now the call. York gets out with another one, and he's trying to stay alive in the backside here. But Josh S wants to punish, and he'll get the kill in response. Snarpin playing towards Link, but Josh S has his number. It's all left now to the two left here for KDM, but the guns, they're just gonna be so lackluster. Che fights. Ching is there to get the trade. It's all left to Che right now, but Mark L will show him the door. Rambutan and Tatay make it 13-4.
Well, Josh S coming alive big at the end as well to secure just what a map for RNT here. Very decisive, very vindicative of what they come into the stage and what they're prepared to do and what they're set for, what their goals are. To be able to win a map like that against one of the teams with, you know, big name behind them, that is a statement.
Rambutan ni Tatay wins. That's all I want to say. They won.
They got that
The
Tatay
greatest
strength.
name. That Tatay strength is there. Daddy do indeed. But then again, we look back at the game and it just started already in favor of Rambutan Tatay. They set the pace and Kadiliman had efforts to try and control it. There were many rounds where they're holding back. They're trying to cut the noise and make sure that their side takes weren't as predictable as expected. But then you look at players like Mark L and Hot Sauce at the very start. Hot Sauce hitting those 4Ks and then Mark L trying to do the same thing. 26 for the Killjoy in 17 rounds. That's already an incredible number, and that's a big reason why so much of the community is hyping him up all throughout.
Yeah, and I talked about him, man. He is one of those players that you look at the VLR, you look at the Wikipedia, it might not be as impressive as some of the other players he got in the scene, but just his raw game in general, game sense, everything all put together. The fact this man also does IGL on many of the teams he's been on, that is incredible value he's able to get, and then the mechanics behind it as well, and in such a young player. There's lots of potential with this team, and you see it with these type of wins here in the Open Qualifiers. They're looking to be able to set the pace and make it into that, top 8.
And you just Rambutan Tatay Squadron, it's not even a matter of stats or a matter of history. It's a matter of testimony. Anyone who has seen these players know that they are good for it. And especially now that there are a roster who has decided to come together as one, many of the scene has to be fearful. This is what Rambutan ni Tatay brings to the table, and I cannot wait to see them continue on, especially if they win the series. But of course, Kadiliman, they did fight back. They did prove that they can still hang with the best of them, especially in certain scenarios. I just feel like the crucial kills came the way of Rambutan ni Tatay more so. That's why the scoreline was like this.
Oh, for sure. And the good thing about this squad as well is when you look at, the roster that they've got, as, of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Mark L delivers the win with Grab Unlimited. We talk about this team and the testament of what they've got, but the potential as well. The fact that the players that they have here, the far majority of them are very flexible in terms of what role they can play, I think gives this team a lot more of a defining edge if the meta does shift than if they come across different teams who have already played in the past stages.
Yeah, there's so much creativity possible for this roster. There's a lot of flexibility, and I feel like some of the, I'd say, issues these players have had in previous rosters before, it's filled in so much more easier now under the Rambutan ni Tatay banner. I honestly feel like I really hope they never need to change the team name.
Yeah.
Ever. Like, if anyone sponsors them,
Keep
can it
the
just
name.
be whatever your sponsor is plus Rambutan ni Tatay? Or I'd be okay with just Rambutan in general, because it's already such a striking,
Tatays.
I'd say, impact. I know your reference. I'm not going to continue that train of thought. I know what you're talking about. But yeah, it's so striking already that you're getting, I'd say, manhandled by a squad name after that. And it's such a interesting design, to say the least.
Yeah, interesting choice for sure of a very interesting team that does pique our interest coming into that. And that was the map pick of Kadiliman, by the way. So we're going to Icebox next, the map pick here of the Rambutans of the Tatays. And I am just not as hopeful after that map number 1, but as I said, I want both of these teams to somehow make it on through. There still is a lower bracket, so even if Kadiliman can't do it here, they have a second chance.
Yeah, we'll see if that chance will come though towards Icebox as we go on break. When we return, it will be the series still between Kadiliman as well as Rambutan and Tatay. That's your Black and Blue. We'll see you guys in a bit for more VCTPH. And ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble yet again in the Rambutan Rambulan ng Kadiliman, termed and deemed by Black and Blue. Welcome back, guys. I'm Dax. I'm here with Black and Blue, and come on, give me an announcer real quick, Black and Blue. Give me your hardest, longest thrill.
I
like
actually shouldn't, like, because of reasons. So it's a very strong and, I guess, brave attempt you just did to say that on here, but I'm just gonna keep the ball rolling. For the meantime, Rambutan ni Tatay. They're picking the fruits of their labor here for this one. They have achieved a lot in the past, but as a team, as I open my Twitter, I see a very gracious poster with some of these players.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Do I have to look at social media right now on broadcast just to be in the loop? But of course, while we're looking at that, we have to look at the next map, which is Icebox. And I believe we mentioned it a while ago. This is Rambutan ni Tatay's map pick. And one thing that has been trending on Twitter especially, has been shown online, is how they play Icebox very gung-ho in the most broadcast safe term, to say the least. The way that they just play hard aggress, running that chamber, it speaks volumes of how they played that last map on Haven. They're willing to take so much active map control that every single site can quickly be taken by RNT if they get the way that they want to.
And remember, at the end of the last map, something I talked about that I think really gives his team the possible edge against some of the more hard-set teams is that they are so flexible in terms of who can play what. We're going on over to the next map, and if they continue with the same comp we saw them play relentlessly against Limitless in the Open Qualifiers, we saw Mark L play on that chamber, and we just saw him on that Sentinel, so to have a bit more aggression on such a young, talented player of his caliber could be a big thing. You got Hot Sauce on that Viper, when typically, you know, you might see him on different roles in previous iterations on teams, and the fact that once again they have this, I guess, modulation and modulability between who plays what is such a big thing for a team to have, gives them so much more options and comfortability on different maps.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to get away with it and do it in the first place to a great degree of success speaks volumes to RNT right now. But we move over to Kadiliman, and I'd say some of the bright spots we've seen last time around is how they're able to really play off against one another. I enjoy how Narpim has really taken a bit more of that team role right now for Bossy Kadiliman. He's in position to help out the squad as much as possible, make that space with things like From the Shadows and his teleports, but then that can actually hurt them in the long run if that is something RNT could actually exploit. And I think I saw it from time to time that since there's no one really watching out for those smokes positions, that's where Rambutan ni Tatay is able to go in. On the other hand, also players like Channing Boy, players like Yort, bright spots right now here for Bossy KDM, but they just need to be a bit more decisive in what they need to do, and that's what gave Rambutan ni Tatay the edge a while ago.
Yeah, and you know, for Rambutan ni Tatay, that edge that we talked about was razor sharp. There's so many times where you'd see a small slip up from Kadiliman, and they would just simply get cut on it. A paper cut, yes, it might be, but those add on up, and they eventually turn into larger, bigger problems. And when that does happen, you know, for a team like RNT here, Rambutan ni Tatay, they have so much experience that they know how to capitalize on those opportunities, like what we talked about. First half, Ching on that retake, dropping down from heaven, him staying alive for so long. It might have been a small thing, but eventually led to bigger problems, aka being backside being given away, AKM him finding 2 picks, and then AKM them progressing to win the round eventually. So small things are really what I think you see this RNT team back on. They try to add a bunch of small things to their game plan, to the rounds, that all culminate into one big round win.
And I think something that Rambutan ni Tatay is able to do also in some of these rounds we've seen so far is that they're able to play something super risky early on. You've seen Eugene S, he just goes with the operator. He pushes as far as he can because there's still that reliable backline if ever to help him in a pinch and to just catch anything that is left behind if that jet falls early on. That's what Mark L was able to do. Hot Sauce, Josh S especially, and how he helped out the team again and again. But now we move over to Icebox, and Rambutan Rambutan ni Tatay is changing it up here, Black and Blue. This is a taste of what they want to bring to the regular season, to the true VCTPH stage. Double wall is such a hard composition to coordinate perfectly, but if Rambutan ni Tatay is firing on all cylinders, I wouldn't be surprised to see them get away with this.
I'm actually very curious with the fact that they choose to bring this out against this opponent, looking at KDM. Because
right now,
yeah, right now, especially in this open qualifier, the Chamber can do so much work, especially against a comp that we don't really see a double controller from coming from Cadiliman. They don't expect that anyways. And then they bring it out here when they know the VOD's going to be available to whoever their next opponent potentially would be in the VCT regular season. And that just gives your opponent just more time to be prepared and more time to be aware of what's to come from the icebox of RNT.
Well, I'm gonna say on the other side, this also shows a lot of respect from Rambutan and Tatay towards KDM. They feel like they need to bring this out right now just to secure that regular season spot if they win this. It's still a matter of up in the air. It doesn't mean that they dominate in the first map. This will be our Rambutan and Tatay series. That's the thing. And KDM, they're gonna play something I'd say pretty much more core. You have that Viper, you have the usual composition, and we've seen from Icebox again and again that repetition is one of the strongest suits here in the PH scene. It has really become the scrim map, and I'd say one of the must-pick maps for anyone who's been vying for VCTPH. KDM, they're gonna look to do the same thing. Core tenants and I'd say core compositions gotta be their biggest strength right now.
And isn't that the thing here about RNT, right? The core of what they've got. But let's talk about Cadiliman just a bit more. What can they do to try and rectify a bit of their mistakes? We would see sometimes on over that a lot of their best rounds in that previous game were not necessarily just quick bum rushes towards the site. No, it was when they were able to really take things methodically, take some space for the utility, and then move on and press on forward. Now, the problem is, though, as you said, because there is a lot of respect being put out here by RNT, they play this composition where it can be very difficult for the attacking side to take that space freely with utility, especially when the opposing side has just a bit more to throw out. They're playing that double controller, and typically when you do have a double controller, especially with a double wall like this, Viper and Harbor put together, that's just a lot more of a case for the defensive side to win that utility shuffle. And we have seen that, you know, Cadiliman, they like to play the more methodical, slow game style, but then the op comes on in. That's a big problem we also saw once more when Eugene S had that op. How do they dismantle it? They're gonna have to find some way, I guess, to just rectify a lot of what happened during map number 1, but it's gonna be easier said than done.
Yeah, they're gonna have to look for those slips in the cracks, basically. When you play that double wall, timing is of the essence, and that's why some analysts say on the international stage, only really a team like DRX can get away with it because their coordination is on point. It's that chemistry check. It's that vibe check there. Like, are we gonna be the perfect team? Will you put up your wall and then my wall together? Or will it be at the right timing? We'll find out, because that's the plan right now here for Rambutan and Tatay moving forward. You always have to keep an eye out of that Harbor and Viper synchronicity as much as possible, because if that even slips up for a few seconds, we've seen a team like KDM find those small pixels to actually take them down. So in all honesty, perhaps if you look back at that map right now, and we're just trying to, I'd say, think about what can happen wrong here for Rambutan and Tatay, maybe if they play that chamber composition, it might be suited more so against KDM. But then again, if they really want to test their double wall comp right now, a team like KDM is the best chance for them to really understand how strong they can play Harbor and Viper together.
Rambutans grow on trees and take 3 months to fully sprout. They are
It's come to
unique
that
looking
point.
fruit, has grown in Asian countries like Malaysia and Thailand. Wow.
Wow. So what does a Rambutan taste like?
Similar to grape, they say, but not exactly. As of
You've never
Google.
tried one? You've never tried one?
Not the one ni Tatay. Not these guys. No, I have not. I've smelled one. I've seen one.
I didn't expect you to take the bait. My boy, we're gonna have a long talk after this one. Welcome indeed to the Open Qualifiers. And truth be told, we have so much more for this week. It's been abrupt, that's for sure. But like, hey, VCT, time to get back into it, and we are here yet again. I do wanna quickly update the bracket right now. And I do believe the one who loses this matchup will face off against Zol
Zol.
Esports. If you guys don't remember Zol Esports, they are pretty much the majority of that former SR Nakage squad. And speaking of SR Nakage as an org, they will be facing off against Viper's Clan tomorrow in our second day of the Open Qualifier broadcast. So there's still a chance for the teams that did get dropped here so far, and there's still a chance for either Bossy KDM or Rambutan ni Tatay to play on into the regular season if things don't really pan out their way. But the way has been pretty clear here for Rambutan ni Tatay, and truth be told, this is a series for them to win because this is their map pick right now, and their form has been stellar so far.
I mean, let's not forget, if, you know, with them being down in the series, if Kadaliman loses and they go and face Zol, they did beat them their first time around during the Open Qualifiers, right? 2-1. And so maybe they can still, you know, re-qualify, but it's going to be very difficult now that Zol have seemingly found a bit more form in that lower bracket compared to their initial run. But still, I'm not counting KDM out just yet. We know they have huge experience in terms of who is backing them and where that coaching is coming from. Arguably one of the most experienced players, not just in Valorant, but in competing in esports in general here, especially for an FPS that we do have. So you have a great coaching backing behind him. You have someone like Narpim who also has experience from that year one, and we have a round number 1 already with an opening fight here, winning out for RNT.
Well, blink and you miss it, Black and Blue. We are straight into the game, and KDM take the fight to RNT and win it effectively. Narpim doing some incredible damage to begin such a shocking opening, to say the least. Well, but Markel, he's pretty stable, waiting now for any opportunity. KDM, though, we talked about discipline, and we see it one more time, triple stack towards that B side.
Okay. KDM, they swap on over the name. So, yeah, it is them who win out the defensive side here. And discipline, perhaps enhanced by a man named Dispenser. Oh, you can see Cheng trying to dodge that. He's like, can I have some space too? There's enough for both of us.
Can I have some space, please?
Please.
Sir? Please, sir, but baby, Shiny Boy can't get another here. Markel gonna be trying to fake it. They're looking to swing things in timing, but no, the tandem falls from top to bottom. And Kadiliman, they win out the pistol. So this is gonna be a good start. RNT, there is a bit of required setup time if you're gonna play this double wall especially. And rat positions like this, Narpim, very committed, had to come up big with those kills. Did so. Those can be openings made here by KDM.
And these openings are the ones that were sorely lacking during that map number 1. You have to get these type of rounds going. The defensive side, you know, it's really hard to say what the comp like this on RNT favors, attack or defend, because it's just so effective on both ends of the floor. But Kadaliman, they need a good defensive half to get this game and potentially bring it to map 3. And to open up with a pick like that, that's a good sign for Savano.
Damn, teamwork makes the dream work. The slower perfectly placed even just to prevent any other aggression towards the belt area. And Savano, stellar shot to begin with. KDM, though, they're happy to just play with the one pick. They slowly crawl up to get map control, but it's not as, I'd say, aggressive as what we've seen for RNT. Such a different method. But Hot Sauce finds the answer. Narpim falls. No more smokes here for the defense.
Spicy shot, he connects. The wall was placed already there towards B. Savano gets that kill on the Hot Sauce. Now that Viper's wall, the toxic screen, cannot raise itself and give them the cover they need to make this cross happen. They still have that high tide, but once that dissipates, it's going to be a difficult post plant if they even get the spike down.
Yeah, there you have it though. Rambutan and Tatay making their way, trying to fake things out, bait a bit of that utility, and Che will take it in the first place. Now then, high tide now dropping on down. Rambutan and Tatay, they have disengaged. They still have time to rotate if ever, but Ching is slowly getting into the field of view. And Savano will feel the 3K for himself. Josh S, good shot there with the Marshall, but he's spotted out by Yort and KDM. They dismantle the offense 2-0 right now. A good start here for Boss G.
Yeah, they get some great shots going their way. Hot Sauce able to connect, but just the rifles, the weapons here a bit too favored on Kadiliman's side. And once again, those early picks matter so much. Incredible shot skills, so potent these guys are, but
Enemy remaining.
it really will come down to these mid rounds and how Kadiliman comfortably play these.
Yeah, Kadiliman though, moving over to bonus, a bit of an investment there for Savano. Beyond that, They're ready to play the long run here. In the meantime, though, you throw a cascade early on. You want to find out anyone who pushes with a dart like that. And Mark L looking to punish the pipes. Seems like for Rambutan and Tatay, they expected Kadiliman to take the fight to them. And they have already set themselves up for success. 2 down here for the defense. Yort gets 1 for his own troubles, but it's KDM having to see the sights.
Wall does go down, which means you have to rely on those snake bites to buy them the space they need. Spike not even planned down just yet, and this high tide has been up for quite a while, so that's going to go down without them being able to safely retreat. Oh, that takes down Josh S.
They're getting so much value out of these slow orbs here for KDM. Well done with the Sage. But Ching, even better now, finds Yort from the rafters. Hot Sauce on the board too. It's all left now to Che in a 1v2 scenario. We've seen him put himself in a situation like this before. Unfortunately, it's the same result like the last map. Ching with a stellar shot, and Rambutan and Tatay gets around.
A quick tap here coming in from Ching, but not a bad round by any means. On the bonus for Kadiliman, able to take down 3. Hurt the economy just a bit more. You can see because of that half armor abound here for RNT. Going to give a bit more fight on this defense for KDM. They do have Savano on that Marshall once again. But once again, because of this half armor that RNT are now forced to buy into, this could be a lot more deadly than you think, especially after a tag.
Yeah, KDM can take advantage of that, and really just goes to show, though, that both sides understanding what they can get away with. These darts right now from Rambutan and Tatay, especially from the Sova, it really is just to play off whatever the cascade space can make. The aggression, really, using that harbor to begin with. Now then, we also have Eugene keeping an eye towards screens, but Hot Sauce, a good start. So Vana goes down, and Rambutan and Tatay looking for these picks now after they get more of the map in their favor. Recognizing also the call, and Ching finds Yort too.
Just makes it awkward for Yort and Shani Boy to swing with that Reckoning hailing down from up above, really, actually from up below. Narpim gets a catch off here on the Eugene S, who tries to aggress. The 2v4 retake isn't the most hopeful situation. Now 1v4 as Markel finds a 1. He swings him, a bit of disrespect, but almost works out. And the end, Josh S confirms a round, and RNT tie up the game.
They effectively swung together, just trying to track one another there. In the end, though, it was still the numbers there from RNT, packing quite a punch. And this is what we can expect moving forward for Rambutan and Tatay. Early utility to throw out any aggression and make them play a bit more passively on the defense. From that point on, that's where the walls come into play. That's where the Viper and the Harbor can work really well together. And you saw that there. The Reckoning also catching out anyone in committed positions towards the spike itself, or rather the site itself.
Well, let's see if they can continue what's been working for them so far here. RNT on this attacking side. Once again, the fact that they can shuffle those walls just applies so much pressure towards a KDM defense. Narpim, not the best angle for him to fight with. Could maybe connect a kill here, but no, it doesn't come. What an opportunity there.
I wanted to try becoming the security guard of A site. Unfortunately, his badge is taken. Shani Boy, though, finds Eugene S at the very least. Start here for KDM as they play away from the site. Keeping an eye out towards mid. His back turned towards Hot Sauce, and it will be an opportunity yet again here for RNC. Picking him apart one by one. Josh as a transit left and right. All the angles covered. Rambutan and Tatay should be able to secure this round, and there you have it. It's 3-2, and the way that they're able to take these sites quickly is one of the biggest keys to their success.
That lock has yet to be broken, nor the key Dax here for RNT.
Never say that in front of me, ever.
It's okay, the audience doesn't know. You're safe.
It's okay. If you guys want context, sometimes there's VCT locked in, sometimes there's VCT talents locked out. There you go.
Yeah, it happens. Misfortune.
It happens.
March, or whatever the day was. RNT continue on. They got that lead, but now it's a gun round for KDM. You can see this aggressive mid push coming from them, but that just allows RNT to take that A site and circumvent them for free.
Yeah, there you have it now, though. The lockdown just starts things off here. For Rambutan and Tatay, Kadiliman trying to play the flank as much as possible. Look to fight for that mid control. And Mark L caught out now by Yort. A good beginning here for KDM. They have enough of the map to just wrap around that lockdown now. And they're putting the pressure towards Hot Sauce instead. Spikes planted. Reckoning gonna be the call here for Rambutan and Tatay. They're taking the fight to KDM. And they're looking to win it out anyway. Chani Boy, though, still stable. And that's 2 now for Chani Boy. Chaining it over. Rez comes and KDM stands tall. In the end, they're gonna be handling it like 5. and they'll get the defuse and the round.
What a retake from KDM. Perfectly played. Sandwiching their RNT. And it just made it so much more awkward for RNT. They had no real way to fall back. And many a time, you want to be taking a fight on one single front line. But when they're coming from both sides, you have no way to back away. And that's what happened there. So KDM making Rambutan ni Tatay into a sandwich and eating them alive.
I've never heard of someone pair rambutan and bread together. That
Now
sounds
you
pretty
have.
gross, honestly.
I've heard worse things.
I've heard
Like
worse
steak
things.
and ketchup.
Fight!
There's a place near my place. It's steak and milk tea. Be that as
What?
you may. Yeah, I don't understand it too. But we understand that with the Cove into play, you can go for that mid to be trans. You can see the harbor wall even towards the kitchen, but the wraparound from KDM yet again is the plan. Rambutan and Tatay though quickly planting because they have the Viper Spit. Seems like that's the win condition. Mark L though caught up with Channy Boy and a good beginning here for KDM. Josh S gonna get the frag. Narpim makes the trade happen, and it's Narpim again with another one.
All right, Narpim here doing great work in these mid rounds in that post-plant retake, and Savano lands an incredible shot here for them to have the lead. This should be it. Narpim has the timing and he gets around as well. Top floor plant, great idea from RNT, just couldn't hold on to the execution in the end.
I'm surprised they didn't even put down the Viper Spit. There's a lot of confidence that you go for that top floor plant and not use the Viper ult. That's usually the play, and you can see the difference. Without that smog, Narpim is just there to game on and get those shots. Strong positions on the floor, especially giving you so many angles. That's what Kadaliman is exploiting for the past 2 rounds here.
No, you're right, because that's a very strong plant, but it's very difficult as well to back off safely. You're so open and so exposed, which is part of the reason why it's a good post plant, because the diffusers are exposed, but so are the planters and attackers in that case. Because they hold on to the utility, you're not able to hold on to the round. So ultimate is kept. How did they use it now this time? Savannah wanting to aggress the dart. Doesn't find him. He gets a pick early enough.
Down A.
Yeah, but you can see the problem. If you do go for the aggression towards outside the maze, Rambutan and Tatay has the setup for it, and it's already such a good sign for Savannah to get away with one, but he can't get away with his life. Kadaliman though, still playing now towards the screens area. They just don't want to get hit by Rambutan and Tatay and the extra utility that they have. Worrisome though, that Viper Spit that wasn't used last round, it's still available if Rambutan and Tatay wants to.
Let's see. That will even come into play here. Can they get the spike down? They have the wall prepped for that retake. But if they get that spike on the second floor once again, they have the op to make it even much more difficult to get that defuse off. They make the noise. Here comes the Viper's Pit. They're going to attempt to plant.
And you can see he's on top of the Jenny right now because there is the vision towards Raptors. Yorto wisely just jiggle peeking that one. And the extra little bit of speed keeping him alive. Time now taking him. Spike isn't planted as of yet. Instead, Narpim! He gets away with 2 again! Narpim feeling the heat right now. Looking to carry this team on his back and more. 3 for Narpim. Hasa's the only one in control. But Channy Boy will still see him despite the smokes. KDM are gonna get away with another round. People ask Black and Blue, when will Narpim play? Seems like he's playing and winning right now.
Well, it took about a year for him to finally step back up, but what a time to do so. Coming into stage 2, and Kadaliman looking much better than they did during Haven here. And on the defensive side as well, a side that you don't typically see teams really do super well at, and you'd expect with a double, controller composition here of this RNT squad that they'd be able to have much more quick control of either side, but it's just not coming to pass because Kadaliman, especially with the aggression we're seeing from a player like Savano, just halts that early in the round.
Yeah, and then we talk about how you need to coordinate here for RNC, and we see it at the start. We see it in their initial cascade play towards A site, but then the engine sputters once they have to reassess how they actually hit those sites in the first place. It's that level of difficulty to play Harbor and Viper together, and RNC, they have to take the training wheels off if they want to win this. In the meantime, though, you talk about Savano. He has the up in hand, holding close. Yellow position also here for KDM for the crossfire, but it's already Eugene S with a good start. Che with the trade. Che goes for another one, and that double dip works out for him.
All right. Typically, street rules say do not double dip, but for Kadaliman, you have a good resistance to it. No problems just yet. It's RNT here have been struggling on the attacking side. They're going to try and split this defense up. Maybe try and go towards mid. That alerts them towards a presence here. And now you can see that defense hone on and focus on him.
And the
What was that
defense is
shot?
so controlled. I don't know. And now the Shooter can try to line on up, but Hot Sauce can only get one for his troubles. Hot Sauce is probably like, I wish I could shoot darts mid-air. I was tracking that one well. I do have to say though, KDM, this
30
defense
seconds
is
left.
looking so stellar. Not only did they hold down that B site with that yellow position, across the map, Narpim again winning out the duel, catching out the lurk towards that A site. And that discipline we talked about, brought out by Dispenser, brought out by, I'd say, the re-roster towards more of the professional players we've seen from the amateur scene. It's made such a big difference to what Kadiliman actually means. It's a dream here for this team. Check, it's a 3K, and it's 6-3 the scoreline now.
It's a dream, they're no meme. Kadiliman here. Come in. Keep it supremely in check. Maybe get these rounds. And maybe get this map. They've gotten the equalized half at the very least, Dax. And they have the up back on Savano. Which we've seen. They've been very consistent at converting these rounds. When they do have that up online. And RNT just haven't found a way to dissuade that. Which is surprising, knowing they've got lots of smokes to cut these sightlines.
Yeah, these smokes, they're many in quantity, but the quality of the execution is what RNT needs to work on. In the meantime, though, yet again, a single cascade cutting such a big part of that A site here in favor of RNT. That is just really their anchor point, their position to go for the burst. KDM, they understand that. That screens is where they're going to hold, and look at York go. A chance perhaps behind the wall.
Well, it's a chance, but will that be an opportunity they're going to take? Savano gets that huge big York. Good for one, but that was lots of damage done already. Traded out, yes. Look at how vulnerable he is here. Eugene S trying to press on through. He needs to get another kill, and that he does to open up the site. Narpim taken on down. Back on the Jenny. Back control, still not theirs, but they should get the plant.
Johnny Boy though looking for it, but Le Magician, it's Eugene S with the third kill of his own. Yet again, we see it. If he's on top of that high ground, he has an angle towards Raptors and backside. And Rambutan ni Tatay well rewarded for it. Difficult scenario now. KDM with the operator in hand. Shadow caught out there by Eugene S. He gets a quad. He's looking for the ace already with a 4-10 position, but Savano still alive and still ready to fight. Hot Sauce goes down. This op can be deadly, and Savano is gonna be the assassin himself. Josh Esto finds the contract there, and he'll get the kill at the end. Rambutan ni Tatay, it was costly, but they get the round anyway.
Well, Rambutan ni Tatay finally get the round, finally get the stop after the 3 in a row KDM pull. And look at this, rather 4 in a row, but after one round, the amount of respect KDM have, to call a timeout immediately. They know they do not want to lose this advantage they've worked so hard to build upon.
I think the crux of this timeout especially is to figure out what they really want to do in those reckoning situations. Do they push out and go for the aggress and catch out Rambutan ni Tatay mid-transit? Or do they hang back? They're playing towards screens, look for the retake instead, and try to wait out the wall. Because it seems like in that last round, there's a small little bit disconnect of what they wanted to do on both sides. It can work if they find that unison. And I really feel like that's a call right now here for this timeout. KDM, they just need to get on the same page because Rambutan ni Tatay is struggling to do so.
Really? Imagine if the timeout is simply because my grab is there. I got
Then good for you.
My grab unlimited.
Then good for them, you know? They can win those raffle entries to Korea or something.
Whoa.
Do you know about that?
Yeah, that was crazy. Like,
Yeah.
I even saw it on Reddit, and people were like, whoa, that's a thing.
Okay, so by the way, guys, this is actually, I mean, they are a sponsor, but this is a PSA. You have to activate it. If you want to win tickets to VPL, you have to activate it in the rewards thing. Because if you don't, and you're just ordering with
Really?
Unlimited, you're not going to get raffle entries. Yes,
My
you have to
goodness.
activate the quest, basically. So there you go. See
the
you guys
bounty.
in Korea as an audience. But there you go. Also, Chandy Boy sees Eugene as to begin with. Cascade going to be there into play. But an early Viper Sprint from KDM is already staving off Rambutan ni Tatay here.
Well, they're on a quest to try and take this site. But that Viper Spit is going to make it so much more difficult. They can circumvent towards that maze, but you can see Channy Boy is keeping that locked down. Now's the time to hit it, though, when they flushed him out of the angle. But they second-guess themselves, and because of that stall, they lose the potential to overrun what could have been.
Yeah, Narpim's just still stable right now, and as the high tide recedes, KDM can take the maze away from Rambutan and Tatay. It's such a awkward position here from RNC. If they cross on through, Narpim will see them coming, especially from up top for them. He already knows someone wants to go for the mid-cross. Yort, though, might see the contact, but Hot Sauce with a takedown. Hot Sauce with another one. Channy Boy instead will find the trade. But the damage has been done. Chance here for RNT. Channy Boy needs to come up big here.
Well, they've made this suddenly much more winnable, especially with Josh S landing a shot like that. They don't have the wall here on the counter retake as RNT dude for their take. There's a small gap, but it works out in Ching's favor anyways. They're gonna press the lockdown. They can't even win it up close. The shot doesn't connect. And RNT off the 3v5 make it happen.
Well done there by RNC. They know how to play that harbor, that angle so well. It angles itself in a weird way when you cross it towards the rafters. And from that point on, you mentioned it, the gap was perfect. Kadiliman did not expect it whatsoever, and Ching took advantage. Small things really have made Rambutan and Tatay still be in contention of this map, I'd say. Kadiliman, they had such strong control at the start of the round. It really has been RNT through grit and willing themselves to make it toward the site and get some big frags from players like Hot Sauce and Ching.
Well, to have those players activated certainly helps their case on out here, RNT. They have to try and equalize that half. Their defense, yes, they gotta have a good comp for it, but we thought the same on their attack. It wasn't working, but now they go towards this A site, and because they were able to pull that defense here towards B, because of that Viper as well here from Hot Sauce, it makes the A site just that much more penetrable, and they get the pick.
But Markel, you mentioned it. Felt like Chet is such a dangerous scenario there. And because of that kill, it also activates now the lockdown. Hunt is going to be the call. Hot Sauce still in the back of that side. And eventually, the rifle firepower will bring the head of Savannah to this table. RNT on site and ready in a 5v3.
All right. Retake coming on in here. Not the best weaponry for this, but York still able to get that pick. But just at range, no way they can try and dismantle this with the rifles seeping them abound. They have to cut these sight lines, but they don't have the proper tools to do so anymore. The retake here struggling to get itself going as Josh S is good for the 4.
There you have it now. Seems like for Rambutan and Tatay, they moved on to tie up the scoreline. Strong recovery here for Rambutan and Tatay all throughout. You could see that the engine was sputtering. You could see that there were struggles to actually make these executes work. But the way that they're able to pull back and keep Kadiliman also at their wit's end and then punish committed positions, we've seen from like the likes of the Sage, the likes of the Killjoy. It's one of the strongest suits we've seen here from Rambutan and Tatay. Once the duel comes their favor, they can get these frags. And a good effort now as we effectively reset the map here.
They've tied up the game with such a huge lead. 6-6 suddenly. And once more, Kadiliman to lose that early advantage. That can hurt their mental. But I want to see them still make it happen here. Looking to rush on towards this A site. Viper wall committed already. The mid take coming from the defense of RNT. They could choose to kind of go around, but I don't think it will be.
That's interesting. You also go for the high side already, so it seems like you're keeping the toxic screen in reserve for later on. Savannah, though, taking up the rafters position, or rather the nest itself, rafters instead for RNC. The wraparound, though, gonna be the call right now, and Kadiliman's still sticking around here.
It's gonna be difficult to get out of this pincer, Dax, and we know that when they're trapped, you're gonna have to try and push out, which Kadiliman are doing right now. They want to take that screens and CT control.
And they're already on the outside, but Ching holds it down. One for him. Yortno makes the trade happen, and there you go with the wraparound. They want to desperately get over to that high ground as much as possible. And the Swappos positions, Rambutan and Tatay already on site, going for the defuse. Buying time here for Hot Sauce, going for the takedown. And in the end, it will just be the encirclement here for RNT that gets the round going their way. Good maneuvers here from the defense.
Wow. RNT on that retake there, you know, Kadiliman, they had a good idea to push out towards that screens. We see many times that when the hit comes from that flank, you want to push towards the defender's spawn a bit more and be able to take some control, even if it isn't planted for you. Just have some semblance of some space. But even in that, it was a good idea, but the execution just wasn't there. As RNT, they were prepared for it, and they fend them off valiantly.
Yeah, there we have it. It felt like we were looking at the a wall review basically. You can see their positions just shuffle around so quickly, and that's the beauty of what Rambutan and Tatay can do as a unit. Take it away as soon as they see the presence on the opposite end. Speaking of though, now they're showing their presence towards that screen area. The Rafters disengaging. They really just want to play these remakes right now.
Well, Markel good for the one before ultimately going on down. They force up the SMGs into this, which actually are working out pretty nicely, but suddenly Hot Sauce and Ching equalize the odds 1v1, and what a disaster of a round this would be for KDM if they don't win it off. They're forced by, they get the plant, how close it came, but none remain.
Wasn't the worst there for KDM, that's for sure, but you mentioned it. Big investment if you're gonna go for that forced buy, and this just breaks the back of the attacking side. Rambutan and Tatay, they expected the lesser firepower. You could see that Mark Elts played screens, waited for that timing to catch out one, just because he knew he could get away with it if it was only pistols. But suddenly the Stingers came online, and a mad scramble there from KDM to actually push such a strong spot there for Savannah, especially to play towards Nest. But in the end, you mentioned it, this control there from Rambutan and Tatay, that early back off from Ching really paid off dividends in the end.
Oh, certainly. It gave them, you know, when you backpedal sometimes, it sends that attacker shuffling. It's kind of what we saw there from KDM. They get caught overstepping on that. So RNT looking pretty good on their defense. And because of that round not really working out for KDM, it's another bad economic situation they're placed in. Josh-esque easy pick.
Yeah, and you know that if Rambutan and Tatay has more money than you, first you gotta question why you're not getting your allowance. Second, they're gonna go for these picks. They're gonna go for these kills, but Sofano, that's a good one. This is some big intel though. Now Rambutan and Tatay knows there's a big presence towards kitchen itself. Ching looking to at least find a snack, and Yort is just too tasty. Another one here for Rambutan and Tatay. You can see the stranglehold made here by the defense, but KDM still fight back. This is such a desperate scenario here for KDM. They're getting some big picks, but Ching is even better. Just tasing down Channy Boy through the smoke. Doesn't matter. Ching with the third. He's just trying to get away from these spot shots. Narpim would get that takedown at least. So the fight is there for KDM. It's still winnable at least.
And these rounds, kind of like the last one, you wouldn't think it would be. But then they suddenly throw these advantages out the window for RNT. And that's a huge shot from Narpim. Now suddenly much more winnable in the 1v1.
Why does it have to go this way? That's the question. How does Kadiliman claw their way back to make these rounds winnable? 20 seconds left though. And seems like Narpim is on the hunt for the kill. Oh, the timing. Josh and Narpim. Eventually you realize they're on the other side, and Josh says, we'll keep it cool, keep it calm. And nicely executed there in the end. But KDM, they're making these rounds so costly. And whatever we said about the economy a while ago, perhaps that RNC could take advantage of, it gets thrown out the window because of rounds like this.
They're just so heroic, superheroes in any sense of the word, and when they want to challenge it, all they have to scream is Kadam!
What?
KDM.
What?
Shazam! Kadam!
Isn't that the movie with Shaq?
Yeah. No, that's the wrong one. But you're right. It definitely is. The better one, actually. Time out.
You are something spicy today, huh?
It's the Open Qualifiers. We're having fun. Dax, coming into this, I asked you, remember, what's the show flow like? And what did you tell me?
Community cast, brother.
Exactly.
Oh man, you are the man of the people today, okay? Okay, I see you, I see you. I mean, it's a little app, honestly, because we talk about it at the start of the game. That, truth be told, you know the KDM, people will say, as a brand, stream team. But then we talk about the roster, be like, they're not too stream team anymore. It's literally just Narpim. And you get former Team Secret Dispenser as coach. That's as serious as it gets. RNT in the meantime, where did they play in the meantime? Without VCT. Played in community tournaments with, honestly, on things like Twitch, and they said, guys, this works. Let's make a team. So in the end, community super important to build up rosters like this, and we get back into the game. KDM playing for mid.
Yeah, no meme teams here. More like a dream team versus the cream team. And KDM, they're walking on up. Oh, seems like they wanted that tunnel, but once they do pie that corner, See Hot Sauce waiting here. It is not really a bonus, but just more of a... What? Is that tech? Are they trying to boost him up?
I mean, he's already up there. Markel's just watching Ching basically from the top, but Savano on top of things. Ching goes down, and Markel, do they know that he's here? No, they don't. Eventually, they will find the kill courtesy of Yort, but the damage has been done. The antics yet again of Rambutan and Tatay bearing fruits, and it's 3v3 as KDM go for the plants.
Spike planted.
Not the best situation to be in. They do have the rifle off of Eugene S. And they have to find value off of that because there aren't much guns for them to retrieve. Maybe if they take the screens, and they see that now. Objective 1, find a better gun.
Yeah, there you have it now. Step 2 though, throw out the cascade and make the space here. Looking to clear out utility as much as possible. Kadaliman though playing post plant already on the other side of the A site. It's Channy Boy with the takedown, finding Eugene S. But the stick is through, and there you go. That's through too for Rambutan and Tatay. They get away with the steal, and it will be now 6-10 because of it.
Do they not have swarms nor maybe shock darts to force off of that? It was clear. You're right. You're right. And, so unfortunate for KDM. Once more, Dax. This round, this game, this map specifically has been about opportunities suddenly being sprung wide open for a side and then ultimately closed by the same hand that opened it as well. And we see that happen here once more. That should have been the round.
Yeah, it just seems like for Kadaliman, we talked about how they've been trying to play a bit more disciplined again and again, but past few rounds, in all honesty, has been sloppy by the end. They have some good transitions, they have some good rotations, especially from how we saw them take that middle and move towards that A side, gave them a good chance. But as soon as they ran out of utility, there was just no presence whatsoever. There was no pressure. Moments where maybe if you play for the objective instead, rather than look for the kill, could have been better here for KDM right now. And this is why Rambutan and Tatay are getting away with these kind of rounds. We mentioned a while ago how testy it has been, how it does become close for Rambutan and Tatay, but the scoreline speaks for itself there, Black and Blue, and it's 10-6 because RNT know how to close it out properly.
It might be a test, but it seems like RNT, Rambutan and Tatay are the only ones passing with flying colors as of the moment. Hairy, sticky situation for Kadaliman to be in, but ultimately enough, they have a gun round here to play in. The operator out for Eugene S, who's been having himself a quieter map. But I think that's about to change now that they pull out the op.
Yeah, classic operator here for RNT. And look at where he's positioned right now. Does he go through the tube and vie for mid? Is that how aggressive he wants to play here on defense? KDM default instead, perhaps, to begin with. No, so he's gonna go for the blades here for Savano. So early aggression towards that B site, get green control, move towards the site itself, where it's really the Viper and the Killjoy tested. Hunter's Fury also to call now.
Ultimate out early. Not much found with it. Fishing for a bit more, but all they come up with is a dirty boot. Eugene S, he could dip into this fight. He still has a dash to get a quick peek and bail out.
Poison Cloud though in the way, and KDM staved off in the beginning here by RNT. They already take such a strong position though towards yellow, but they burn the double updraft. So Savano really needs to just find some decisive blades, wherein the operator is waiting for him. Eugene S, better angle right now. The wall though does get in the way. Expecting perhaps the aggression from the Blade Storm, but KDM slowly crawling. The intel though from RNT, the control is still strong here for the defense.
Yeah, good awareness as well. He comes out the Poison Orb with the Snake Bites. Off shot connects, but the picks are going KDM's way.
Albert's gonna be there too. Kadaliman now taking Snowman control. It's gonna be Eugene Esco over to the corner, and Josh is there to help out too. Hand in hand, the tandem holds. RNT with the long angle, keeping them alive in this B-side hold. But Chet, at least the lurk from mid, get some value. 2v2 now. The wall's gonna be at least provide a bit of cover. But Eugene S just trying to find that small little gap. Same thing here for KDM as they crawl towards the side. Time running out, and RNT realize, oh, they're still sticking it here for B site.
Spike planted.
To get that plant down, and we see once more the execution here has coming from KDM. The swing, it connects, and they still win out the round. And how close it came, Dax. We saw there, they wanted to take that snowman without the snowman wall placed for it, and they almost paid the full price.
Yeah, just a hard contest to play Snowman, but since you have still someone around the area to help out the, I'd say, horizontal angle, it just wasn't Eugene S, it was also Josh S around that vicinity.
Here.
It kept the control there for Rambutan and Tatay. Good stuff though from Che. His lurk eventually paying out. That small little patience for Kadaliman and that reassessment to just play for objective. If it was the KDM that we had in the past few rounds, I wouldn't have been surprised to see them swing it. But now then, Cascade's there. The dart is going to be into play too. Rambutan and Tatay putting a lot of pressure towards the A side already.
And that pressure can certainly make a team crumble. In this case, KDM, they fall on back knowing there's just a bit too much presence that they want to deal with. Do not want to have to deal with the hornet's nests. No, only a single bee.
Don't want to get stung by that one, that's for sure. Savannah floats over towards the middle. It's KDM now with the firepower to actually just push through as much as possible. I believe these are the only sheriffs here. Pistols in the hands of RNC. They have some good anticipation though. An even better shot now from Josh S. A beginning perhaps. Here for RNC. Resurrection gonna be into play. Hots also finds another one. And eventually the numbers do pile on up. Too many rifles looking at you. KDM transit towards that B site. Only problem that Spike left behind actually in the hands of the Sage. Hot Sauce is still putting pressure on it. And KDM, they need to get the objective down ASAP.
And dangerous to have that spike that deep. But luckily for them, RNT are only on the sheriffs and allow KDM here to have a firm advantage in the fight. And a great shot shooting a duck out of the air. Yort and KDM secure the 8th.
There you go, Kadaliman slowly but surely getting back into the thick of things, and
One enemy remains.
just small little resets in these rounds. These mid calls need to be a bit more disciplined, the way we've been seeing from them in that first half. Because RNC is a team that exploits those factors. You can see that they still had to reassess how they're going to push towards the site just because of the presence of those sheriffs. And then there's that hesitation. Do we fight the one sword kitchen? Do we not? TDM just needs to be a bit more decisive if they want to take more of these rounds here, as RNC again and again vie for that nest because of that harbor in tow.
In multiple moments here that we see KDM are able to secure are coming off of those situations where they don't close that window. They're able to make full use of the opportunity given. RNT, they have a bit more gaps, a bit more holes in their play here on Icebox, and that's showing surprisingly so when they have that double controller comp coming out.
Now that's the risk of it. That's the level of difficulty we've always talked about. And now it's going to be difficult here for RNC because Kadaliman have a good setup towards the B site. They even go for the wall. It's headed towards the middle there, area there. So they want to play towards the yellow box. Look to play post plant that way if ever, and keep an eye out on the flank here.
They have that mid presence on the retake. 10 from RNT. Oh, he lets out a shot and alerts them of that possibility off the flank, but keeps that B long completely held. That's all the control they have as of the moment as the retake comes on in. They have ultimates to try and buy time here in the lockdown.
Oh, big dart though. Gets some really good value of the intel. Kadaliman just stalling Rambutan ni Tatay as of now. Narpim finds Eugene S to begin with. High tide receding. And Markel caught out by Savannah. Savannah lights the ball up for him. A triple kill to begin with. And it will be Yort to end it on a hideout. That is what we want to see here for KDM. A lot more decisions going their favor.
You know, they actually had front side control here for Rambutan ni Tatay quite early in that retake. I'm surprised they didn't burn the lockdown off of that to buy them the space. I know there's a possibility of that Hunter's Fury, but still, at the very least, you burn that to make it more difficult for them to deny the plant. And for them to just shuffle, that's exactly what, you know, KDM here wanted on that post plant, because they didn't have much space to fall back into and just anchor down on B long.
They got to buy so much time there for KDM, even more so because of the intel itself. Just keeping the spams going, keeping RNC on the other side effectively of the high tide that they set up in the first place. And here we go yet again. Rambutan ni Tatay, they do put that pressure on and try to make that call to KDM. Don't go here, go to the other side. And they're trying to go for the flank in black and blue, but the blade storms are out here for both jets now.
Ooh, could be an anime battle. Which chef is gonna have the sharper knife in this one? Eugene S doesn't connect. None of them really do, but they still get the kill off of it.
Anyone can cook, and unfortunately anyone can whiff. In the end, the gun is the better tool rather than the blades. And this is why technology has been made there, black and blue. KDM, they get the pick. That's all.
Yeah, that's the important thing. A kill is a kill, no matter how it comes, I suppose. In this case, KDM on the attacking side. Now they can swarm this. But once more, that flank potential is going to be big here for RNT.
One down.
Yeah, do they know that the Viper is going to be behind them? But it doesn't matter, as Savannah gets a good start now to push on forward. Haas eventually catching out Chip, but Savannah is just a man unleashed. Unstoppable right now. How he's playing the entry. This is KDM's site to take and a perfect opportunity to tie up the scoreline.
Yeah, they know the flank was coming in there. As Hot Sauce got a kill off of it. And now they push towards further in that CT and plan for it as well. Maybe Hot Sauce can get a few kills here, but with his position given away, I'm not too hopeful of his chances to win this, as KDM, they tie up the game. And what a map it has been.
Yeah, KDM just proving how they can recover in the middle of the game. And a timeout finally called by Rambutan ni Tatay in this series. 10-10 scoreline though. And I love the fact that these kind of mishaps that have happened for KDM, they're still looking for those executes. Savannah has been stellar so far on his entry. We've seen Narpim come up big with angles of opportunity. And all in all, there were those moments for KDM that we kind of wonder why they're doing this specifically, why they're making these small decisions that can cost them these rounds. But eventually, it's been a bit more cleaner. Eventually, it has been a bit more decisive. And that's really the reason why they're here right now in the Open Qualifier Finals, because they found this form in the middle of all the matchups they've had, in all the brackets, in all the teams that signed up for VCTPH. And it's showing here against Rambutan ni Tatay, who were just so dominant in that first map.
And what a bounce back it has been here for KTM. Really exemplifying the case that you can never count a team out till it's done. Especially one that has the name that they have, that has the hype behind them coming into this stage. Once more, whoever does lose this series goes to fight Zol in the lower bracket to qualify once again. And KDM, they do not want to be put in that case quickly and swiftly. If anything, they're going to make RNT fight for it, and they've got some ultimates to make it happen.
Yeah, that'd be interesting, honestly. If KDM does lose this series, I believe that's a rematch from something we've seen already in the Open Qualifiers. In the meantime, though, still a chance, of course. They want to take Rambutan ni Tatay's map pick away. And KDM already priming up the dash. Savannah looking for opportunity to play the entry. Eugene S up in hand. And that's some big intel here from Ching. Yet again, Aldron gets a spot. A majority of KDM spotted. And already the plan's exposed here.
And this is pretty good for KDM, knowing it how we haven't really seen them play this map at all in the Open Qualifiers. At least on record. And they're doing so well on this attacking side of theirs. Also on the defense a while ago to get those 6. They're pulling away now, trying to give them a different angle, as they know they've pulled noise and aggro in the defense towards A. They want to hit B instead.
Yeah, they're keeping the Jet on the lurk also. So because of that presence, RNT still stable. They found the opening even, moving towards kitchen. Luckily though, you have Mark L and his turret in position. So exposes now the elements to rotate though. Yet again, the wraparound. Intention perhaps to go for that B side, but look who's already ready to dissipate Black and Blue from the Poison Cloud. Luckily, Narfim's prepared for it. Markel with the takedown. Transit now to go for that B side, but Hot Sauce is awaiting them.
Big kill from Hot Sauce. As they both find the opposing killjoys on either side. Both coming from the Viper as well, so the Snakes striking so far. The plant, it will go down, but here comes the Reckoning. They can deny this quickly. They might not be able to deny this, but they don't even get a kill immediately. York's able to fend them off.
Yord still got the kill anyway, and Josh is now putting the Cove down to at least protect the diffuser. Ching already on it. Someone needs to spam that ASAP here for the side of KDM. They get halfway done though with the defuse. Josh S though in control. Finds Channy Boy in his efforts to hold down that yellow side. Magician, it's Eugene S again and again, looking to find the target. Narpim on the opposite. Savannah with the takedown. A big pick here from Savannah, but Josh S does it even better. Just controls the battlefield with the waters, and it will shift back in favor of RNT.
Awkward moment versus awkward moment here. One after the other in that round due to all the smokes we have in this darn map. But they come to pass, and when they settle, it's RNT who stands tall. The defuse comes on in. There's just not enough support on that planned attempt to allow York to back off safely, and it allowed RNT to overrun and get early control of that spike.
Here we go again though for RNT. Look who's at the top now. Someone has always pulled such a strong, I'd say, duty for RNT so far. A while ago it was Mark L, now it's Josh S. He's been sorely missed all in the PH scene. Because if I remember correctly, right, he went over to Japan, I think, for Scars. And then he reformed with Ching in RNC itself in Revenant. And here we go. Josh as the man of many worlds. Already a takedown on Savannah. Forcing now York to burn that resurrection. Here comes a shock dart. Also aggression here from KDM as they go for the cross. But it's RNT so prepared. Tosses with the takedown over Savannah. Chet tries to play it close. York finds a takedown though. And it's Narpim now on the board too. KDM desperate to make it towards his 8 shot. Hot Sauce getting 3. And the turnaround there. Whoa. Ching.
He's got a cape as well. He had some style points to that one on the 360. Lockdown be lockdown. Ching gets a kill. They have some time to work with, but not much. When this lockdown does go, the detain should be able to come. He's got a bit to work with here. The timing not working out for him. He gets detained. And that is going to be it. The knife to the face.
No.
That's
no.
There.
No mercy, man. He was like, please don't. Please, sir, please don't knife me like this. Somehow, Ching gets away with his life. And that's how RNT wins. We saw it a while ago, how he backed off from Raptors. We see it how he's able to play towards Ness.
Give us a spin move. We want to see it.
Player standing.
I mean, truth be told, it was a big anchor position there from Hot Sauce to save the day, but sometimes style is just more impressive than substance, you know?
Oh yeah, you know.
Yeah.
What's your skill for if you got no skins? Why show up if you can't put up?
Yeah, good job, Hot Sauce. Big kills there towards the corner, but
as well.
You know, RNC, this is it. Series points and effectively regular season point if they can get away with this. Savannah with the Blaze Storm and Eugene S tries to go for the shot towards middle. Couldn't find a takedown and a chance here for KDM now as they assess that there's an up in hand.
Oh, but KDM, what a heartbreaker of a round this would be in a game. How close they came. To only remain here on a 10 to 12 scoreline would be painful. They had the lead at some point in this game. That was erased. They have to flip a page here and get back into it. Maybe if they dismantle this Viper's Pit, things could work on out. You see them want to split up the site and go for maybe a bit more of a mid take, but that alarm bot's gonna keep him at bay with a wall.
Perhaps they're trying to get away from the op itself, but because of the Viper Spin, as you mentioned, they move towards that B site where Eugene S as well as Mark L are awaiting. We've seen how strong this position here for Rambutan and Tatay has been before. A trade if ever we get Eugene S to get that takedown, and Yort, please don't cross like that. It's so dangerous right now here for
30
KDM.
seconds left.
Oh, it's seething. Anxiousness as they round this corner with the op at the ready. Shot doesn't connect, and that was huge. They needed to hit that, and now KDM have a good planned attempt, possibly. Oh! Savannah, big pick up above! But the trade in from Eugene S is coming in, Dax.
Oh, Savannah gets 2, and Josh S holding down the line. He's still alive. He's still fighting. Narpim eventually finding the harbor. It's 2v2 now. And through the toxic screen, the timing is perfect for Mark L. Narpim caught with his hands up. And it's Chet again in a 1v2 scenario. We've seen these numbers pile up in favor of RT before. And it will be the same case here. 13 to 10 in the end. Rambutan ni Tatay, they say daddy's coming home to the regular season, and they take the series 2-0.
Rambutan ni Tatay, the forbidden fruit of this garden, but they eat it whole and have some to take home. They move on forward, and you can expect them to be in the regular season. What a name, what a team, and what a game.
Get ready to hear that, guys. A lot again and again here from the English side. Rambutan ni Tatay! I am happy to see them here though, and what an effort it was on Icebox. It was their map pick, and Kadiliman, they made it work for it. I looked at that last round, and I honestly thought that presence that was shown by Savannah, by him flying up like that and putting the pressure with the updrafts really threw Mark L as well as Eugene S for the loop, but there's always someone who stabilizes Rambutan ni Tatay in such a committed position. Cases sometimes it's Ching, and in many of the cases we saw on that last map, it was Josh S, man.
Well, rightfully so, right? Always reliable, these dads. Savannah, what a player he was. So many opening picks, look at that. 6 kills, the most in this game on the first blood to open up these rounds. just unfortunate for KDM. They weren't able to hold on to that many post-plan situations, which really didn't turn out their way. And those opportunities, they have to be able to convert onto those. Not the best game so far for Chet here, not the best map for him. We saw him have a much more stellar map number 1. But for the meantime, it's VCT qualified, VCT regular season. Rambutan ni Tatay it is.
That's an official team there. That's an official team name and an official squad looking to represent us in Ascension. If they win this whole damn thing as Rambutan ni Tatay and go to Ascension like that from the Philippines, I will just be amazed. And it was an incredible game here, a lot better from KDM. And in all honesty, if perhaps they look back at this and look at what happened all throughout Icebox, you might have felt that this was more winnable compared to their own map pick. So right now, just a few things to change up, a few things to really repair here for KDM as they go for effectively a rematch against Zol Esports. But in the end, Rambutan ni Tatay, they made it work as a team. They decided to form up as a squad like this, and they are rewarded with a slot into the regular season.
It's making me think of what other names could you pair fruit with name. But for the meantime, we're gonna have Le Magician, who is Eugene S, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Yeah, we usually in the Open Qualifier use their old name and we let them decide. What name do you want to use for the regular season? We'll use that there and then. But Le Magician, one more trick under his belt, delivering that win gradually, as Black and Blue has mentioned. Rambutan ni Tatay, though, from beginning to end, that made the series high octane, high impact, and high regards on the clutch. The beauty of, I'd say, some of these veteran all-star squads coming back into form and forming up together, like examples we saw from last season as Sky Empire as well as Action PH, they throw such a big curveball to the whole ecosystem. What level will they play? What should we expect from them? And what playstyle have they brought to the table? Especially as we look at Rambutan ni Tatay, there are some players coming back from retirement, but other players coming back from different regions. And that's one of the biggest deals right now. We have to look forward that extra impact from the South Asian scene, the MYSG scene, the Japanese scene. They will have elements now moving into what will come in VCTPH Split 2.
There's a lot going for them here, for sure, Dax. I'm looking at different fruit.
Okay, dude, I'm real talking here. I'm real talking what their impact is, and you give me this. You give me this.
I got one for you. Kalamansi ni Kuya.
Okay, guys, write that down. That will be the next team in next year's VCTPH. But of course, Series MVP, the hot sauce on every single thing he's played. I just lost my train of thought there. Hot sauce of Rambutan ni Tatay. It was incredible all throughout, and especially at the start of Haven and near the end there on Icebox. He just comes up clutch when he needs to the most. Gets some big multi-kills to set the tempo there for Rambutan ni Tatay. And apparently, Spicy Rambutan, it's on the menu when he's on board.
Well, there's certainly one to digest here off of that game. The Rambutan ni Tatay, the papayas of the papas. There's a lot going for them, and I expect lots of things and lots of enjoyment to be had when they come on over to the regular season. If you're a fan of Kadali Mundo, which I know a lot of you are, do not fret just yet. We have them in the lower bracket, and we're going to see tomorrow if they can win against that Zol squad, who they have beat in the Open Qualifiers of the weeks, of the days past, 2-1, but they're going to have to do it here to finally get the job done.
Yeah, I'm looking at that bracket. On the other side, Viper's Clan, who had struggles against the former Abaddon of this squad. Looking for sponsors, by the way. Someone, pick them up. They will be facing off against SR Nahage, a team that we saw last time invited to the Split 1. It has been a big change up, though. It's interesting that in the lower bracket, the core tenants and the core players of that old SR Nahage squad split in half, but both have a chance right now to make it still to the regular season if they can beat KDM and Viper's Clan. But then KDM and Viper's Clan today, they're looking for that redemption tomorrow. There's still much more to play with here for the Open Qualifiers finals. There's still a chance to make it to the regular season. In all honesty, I cannot wait. Though, Black and Blue, before we go, any final thoughts or anything else you want to say about, our favorite team right now in Rambutan ni Tatay?
I had some other names, but nothing I want to talk about on stream just yet.
But job security is more important, man.
Yes, fruit.
You were saying.
I love fruit.
You were saying.
I'm drinking a fruit shake during all this, and I am happy to say that we have some stellar entertainers coming into stage 1, but rather stage 2. Don't fret yet, we still got games tomorrow.
Yeah, break the Rambutan, everyone there, ladies and gentlemen. But the code is set, and we are gonna call it a night. Thank you guys for tuning on into this one. It has been incredible on both the English and the Filipino side. And tune in tomorrow pretty much at the same time. If you guys have noticed, we start a little bit later, around 3:30 for the countdown, 4 p.m. for the matches themselves. And this will be the standard moving forward. Late night Valorant here at VCTPH. We cannot wait. But from us to you, we will bid you guys adieu. Dax here with Black and Blue signing on out. We'll see you guys next time for more of VCTPH.